We would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to the sponsors and partners who have made the 13th Arangkada Philippines Forum possible. Thank you to our premium sponsors, platinum sponsors Coca-Cola Philippines and First Philippine Holdings. Our gold sponsors, International Container Services Limited, Incorporated, ICTSI, and SGV. Silver sponsors Capital One, Marubeni, Quezon Power, and Royal Cargo. Our bronze sponsors AIG, BDO, Cargill, Converge Business, and Eastern Communications. Our event partners USAID, Unilab Foundation Advanced Manufacturing Workforce Development Alliance, or AMDEV, U.S.-Philippines Partnership for Skills, Innovation, and Lifelong Learning, or Upskill program, Asia Society Philippines, Connected Women, Employers Confederation of the Philippines, Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, FinTech Alliance PH, German Philippines Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Makati Business Club, Management Association of the Philippines, PepsiCo, PhilExport, the Philippine Mining Club, PwC Philippines, Royal Danish Embassy Manila, and Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines Incorporated, or SEIPI. Our media partners, Business World, Inquirer.net, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, and the Philippine Star. Official venue partner, Marriott International. The 13th Arangkada Philippines Forum is co-organized by the members of the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines, the American Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Chamber of Commerce, European Chamber of Commerce, Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Korean Chamber of Commerce, and the Philippine Association of Multinational Companies Regional Headquarters Incorporated, with support from USAID and UPPAF Respond. Thank you very much. Good morning once again, and welcome to the 2024 Arangkada Philippines Forum with the theme Level Up, Upskill, Upscale, Uplift. For guests who registered online and received the confirmation email, please proceed to the registration table and present the QR code to claim your guest badge. Walk-in guests, kindly scan the QR code available at the registration counter to complete your registration and pay the fee. If you need assistance, feel free to approach any member of the Forum Secretariat. We hope you enjoy the forum. Yun. Okay, so thank you to our keyword. In five, four, three, music now. We would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to the sponsors and partners who have made the 13th Arangkada Philippines Forum possible. Thank you to our platinum sponsors, Coca-Cola Philippines and Philippine Holdings. Our gold sponsors, International Container Terminal Services Incorporated, or ICTSI, and SGV. Our silver sponsors, Capital One, Marubeni, Quezon Power, and Royal Cargo. Our bronze sponsors, AIG, BDO, Cargill, Converge Business, and Eastern Communications. Event partners, USAID, Unilab Foundation Advanced Manufacturing Workforce Development Alliance, or AMDEV, U.S.-Philippines Partnership for Skills, Innovation, and Lifelong Learning, or Upskill program, Asia Society Philippines, Connected Women, Employers Confederation of the Philippines, Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, FinTech Alliance PH, German-Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Makati Business Club, Management Association of the Philippines, PepsiCo, PhilExport, Philippine Mining Club, PwC Philippines, Royal Danish Electronics Industries in the Philippines Incorporated, or SEIPI. Our media partners, Business World, Inquirer.net, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, and the Philippine Star. Our official venue partner, Marriott International.
nakuha namin dito. Kasi yung voice, nakakatulong para mabili namin yung paninda namin. Kasi yung mga points na yun, pwede namin i-convert na pamili dun sa dagdag puhunan namin.
Katulad ni Lori, pwede rin kayo maging tindahan extra mile partners. Basta sundan lamang ang 3 easy steps. Una, gamitin ang cellphone at pumunta sa TEM Facebook page. I-like at mag-sign up sa Be Extra website gamit ang iyong email. Pangalawa, mangolekta at mag-ipon ng PET bottles at dalhin sa pinakamalapit na TEM Trash to Cashback Collection Hub. At pangatlo, i-remit ang mga naipon na PET bottles upang makatanggap ng TEM kit na may bin, tarp, and poster na maaari mong ilagay sa inyong tindahan. At TEM card kung saan papasok ang iyong environmental points. 3 easy steps lang at ganap na TEM miler ka na.
Sama-sama tayong mangolekta ng PET bottles at mag-ipon ng environmental points. Tara na! Sumali sa Tindahan Examal.
Kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo? Sumali na sa Tindahan Extra Mile.
In this volatile, uncertain, and complex world, organizations must be agile. To survive and thrive, they need to adapt to changing times.
At SGV, we are agents of transformation. Our mission is to advise and support businesses on their growth journey and to help them effectively navigate in a disruptive world.
We shape our people to be lifelong learners and highly trained multidisciplinary professionals who act as trusted business advisors and thought leaders.
Who are part of a large global network of professional services firms.
And who eventually join a vast alumni network who number among them top business executives, government officials, policymakers, and thought leaders.
We are innovators, problem solvers, thinkers, and doers who embrace the power of technology and the opportunities in disruption, while keeping people, values, and purpose at our core.
Our people embrace their mission to support businesses and build for the future. Not just their own future, but that of our people, our society, and our planet.
By helping nurture and develop forward-thinking and broad-minded leaders and professionals who enable successful businesses that are not just profitable, but also people-centered, ecologically enabled, and socially and ecologically responsible. We help build a better Philippines and working world for future generations.
We are agents of transformation, shapers of lifelong learning.
We are innovators and problem solvers.
We are thinkers and doers. We are SGV.
SGV. We nurture leaders and enable businesses for a better Philippines.
What does it take for a company operating a single container terminal to enable port transformation and to contribute to transformed nations? It takes a focused passion to turn ports into drivers of sustainable growth. We are ICTSI, and after starting with one of Asia's first port privatization success stories, we now operate high-performing ports across the Asia-Pacific, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas. And even as countries and industries can count on ICTSI's strong support, so can the most vulnerable among us. Whatever challenges may come, we remain committed to our partner schools, communities, and to the environment. When crisis arose and our commitments were tested, we kept our best hands on deck and cared for them as well. We made fresh pledges and fulfilled them to help turn the tide of crisis. Now we press on, sustaining the flux of essential goods and practically everything else we need for 21st century life. Coffee for bright mornings, cars on our roads, bananas on our tables, heavy equipment for construction, tiny toys for big imaginations. Accelerating digital, we're making transactions far swifter, safer, and transparent. Equipping our people, we're ensuring that work is done safely, securely, in ways that honor and nurture people and nature. Beyond births and the transformation of logistics, we're pursuing the logistics of transformation across businesses and borders, cultures and communities. We are empowering people to move up and enabling tomorrows that are worth looking forward to. We are ICTSI, and between sea and land we stand, turning ports into turning points.
Our home, the Earth, is changing. To protect our beautiful planet, we too must change. With the goal of creating a green community, Marubeni is striving to begin that change. From a port town in Denmark, land farming salmon, delivering sustainable food without harming the ocean, to growing trees from seedlings in Indonesia and Australia, engaging in environmentally friendly forest management, and creating a healthy forest life cycle. To helping growers on U.S. farms, using technology to monitor soil conditions, to keep the soil rich and produce a stable harvest. To Chile and Portugal, where water projects using our extensive experience and knowledge ensure that people have clean water for their daily lives. Marubeni will continue to draw upon decades of business expertise and networks to further drive our efforts to create a sustainable society. The road ahead is long. To change the world, we'll create innovations beyond our imagination. Uniting people and organizations around the world, we can go further together. A forerunner in green business. Marubeni.
I'm JM, and I'm a proud graduate of the Contact Center Readiness Program Capital One Philippines TESA certified IT BPM curriculum. I discovered CCRP through Deloitte Foundation, an organization that helps Filipino youth like me who come from families in July 2018, I decided to join CCRP with the goal of finding work to be able to support my family financially. For 9 months, I got better at speaking English, learned about basic computer programs and financial literacy, and finished on-the-job training at Capital One's Alabanza Group. I made new friends and learned firsthand from amazing leader mentors. I'm really grateful to my brother Gerald for inspiring me to start my IT BPM career at Capital One Philippines. I'm proud to be part of the CCRP because it unlocked both personal and career growth opportunities for me. After graduation, I got hired by Capital One Philippines. I started as an agent answering the phones and worked my way up until I officially got promoted to a people leader role, now handling a team of 18. As I continue my journey in Capital One Philippines, I look forward to exploring more opportunities and to grow my career here. I wish that more Filipinos receive the same opportunity so they too can choose to empower their choices, elevate themselves and their families, and make their dreams come true. Let's change lives together. Partner with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a few quick safety reminders. Familiarize yourself with the nearest emergency exits, clearly marked throughout the venue. Hotel security and staff are available for assistance. In case of a medical emergency, notify our team or hotel staff. Keep your personal belongings with you at all times. If you hear a fire alarm, follow hotel instructions and calmly proceed to the nearest exit. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoy the event. Good morning, esteemed guests. We will be starting the program in a few moments. Kindly proceed to your seats as we prepare to begin shortly. We ask that you please set your mobile devices to silent mode to ensure the proceedings run smoothly. Should you require any assistance, you may approach any member of the Forum Secretariat. We look forward to your participation in today's discussions. We will be using Slido to accept questions during the panel discussions. You may scan the QR code on your table to send in your questions. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Philippine National Anthem to be led by Mr. Froland Tahale.
Bayang magiliw, teras ng silanganan, alap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hilihan, uyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa siwit at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang punta at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin ng araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw na luwalhati pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mang-aapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2024 Arangkada Philippines Forum. This year's theme, Level Up, Upskill, Upscale, Uplift. This year, we'll explore the critical aspects of human capital development, strengthening our value chains in key sectors like agriculture, mining and manufacturing, and nurturing the talent needed for a sustainable future. Join us as we engage in insightful discussions aimed at enhancing skills, elevating industries, and empowering our workforce for a brighter tomorrow. Now, to officially begin our program, let us give a warm welcome to Mr. Paulo Duarte, President of the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines.
Honorary Department of Labor and Employment Secretary Lacuesma, Honorary DTI USEC Kita Aldaba, heads of partner Philippine business groups and industry associations, our corporate sponsors, partners in government and the private sector, friends from the media, and all our attendees present here today. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Bon dia, buenos dias, bonjour, guten Morgen. Hola a todos. My heartfelt greetings to everyone. It's an honor to have you all here at the 13th Arangkada Philippines Forum. Whether you are joining us for the first time or returning for another year, we are excited to dive into today's discussion around our theme, Level Up, Upskill, Upscale, Uplift. I am Paulo Duarte, Managing Director of Bosch Philippines and President of the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, and I welcome you on behalf of the 6 members of the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines, the American Chamber, the Canadian Chamber, the Japanese Chamber and the Korean Chambers, and the Philippine Association of Multinational Regional Headquarters Incorporated, or PAMURI. The GFC is a coalition that unites these foreign chambers representing nations and companies that rank among the Philippines' top trading partners and investors. We believe in the enormous potential of the Philippines as a foreign direct investment destination and in the capacity of the Philippine government with support of the private sector to pursue and implement the necessary reforms and policies to improve the investment climate and the competitiveness in the country. But all this, of course, is not possible without people. When we talk about progress and innovation, we must remember that the art of any thriving economy is its workforce. And by investing in people, we are leveling up our collective capacity to thrive in an increasingly competitive landscape. On a side note, Philippines is the second largest population in Southeast Asia. Median age, 25 years, and very high proficiency in English has a huge potential to show. As such, we have brought together public and private sector experts to explore the exciting opportunities and the complex challenges our labor market faces. Today's forum will answer 3 main questions. First, how can we effectively upskill our workforce to reap the benefits of a demographic dividend? Second, what strategies can we implement to upscale our key industries, making them more competitive on both local and global stages? And third, how can we ensure that our people are well prepared for the transition to a sustainable digital economy, uplifting the lives of every Filipino worker? To answer these pressing questions, we have curated 3 insightful and dynamic panel discussions. We are deeply honored to have Department of Labor and Employment Secretary Bienvenido Lacuesma and Department of Trade and Industry Yusek Vita with us this morning to deliver the keynote address. We also have Senate President Francis Cheese Escudero delivering the special address, where he will share insights into the legislative priorities of the Senate, especially focusing on human capital development. Joining us later in the day are Mr. Khalid Hassan, country director of the International Labor Organization, for the midday keynote address, and Danish ambassador to the Philippines, His Excellency Franz Michael Melvin, for the closing keynote. Since we launched Arangkada Philippines Advocacy late in 2010, the GFC has remained committed to advocating for accelerated inclusive economic growth through job creation, investments, and poverty reduction reforms for the Philippines. To realize this, it is imperative that we invest in the Philippines' most precious resource, its people. The talent and hardworking people of the Philippines are what make the country so special. Today presents us with a unique opportunity to center and explore actionable strategies to empower them. We hope that you find joining us today a worthwhile experience. Obrigado. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, and enjoy this forum.
Mr. Paulo Duarte, thank you very much. It is now my pleasure to introduce the project director of the Arangkada Philippines Project and senior advisor at the American Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Miss Katie Stuntz.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Paulo, for officially opening the 13th Arangkada Philippines Forum. My name is Katie Stuntz, and I am the project director of the Arangkada Philippines Project. And I'm here to give a quick overview of today's program. So our theme for this year's forum is Level Up, Upskill, Upscale, Uplift. The Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines through the Arangkada Philippines Project was established in 2010, and it has always advocated for the policy reforms to enhance the Philippine business environment, attract more investment, create quality jobs, and ultimately achieve faster and more inclusive growth. So especially as we face rapid technological advancements, it's increasingly clear that human capital development must be a primary and inseparable consideration in the pursuit of investments. So we are encouraged that President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. in his SONA, his State of the Nation last July, emphasized the need to increase the competitiveness of the Filipino workforce and promote investments to create more and higher quality jobs. He particularly mentioned the importance of addressing the job skills mismatch, establishing skills development training programs, and strengthening government, industry, labor, academia partnerships. So today we hope to highlight how the private sector and public sectors can collaborate to achieve these important goals. So we have prepared a highly informative, fully packed agenda, including 3 panels for today. These are our 3 panels, and we're incredibly honored and privileged to have our keynote speakers, Department of Labor and Employment Secretary Bienvenido Laguesma, Department of Trade and Industry Undersecretary Pita Aldaba, Country Director of the International Labor Organization, Mr. Khalid Hassan, and Danish Ambassador to the Philippines, Franz Michael. We also have a special address from Senate President Chis Escudero, who will talk about his work in the Senate on upskilling and economic growth. During our first panel, we will be discussing upskilling and adapting to a new workforce with a fantastic group. With our second panel, that'll focus on upscaling, so strengthening the backbone of our value chains. And our third and final is on uplifting the Philippine economy and people, nurturing talent for the future. And then we'll have a special virtual address from Congressman Wade, who is the chairman of the House Committee on Higher and Technical Education. And lastly, we are thrilled to present the annual Arangkada Lifetime Achievement Award to former Department of Trade and Industry Secretary Alfredo Pascal. So all of this information plus the profiles of all of our speakers can be found by scanning the QR code on the back of your badges. I also want to close by acknowledging the very generous support of our sponsors. So Coca-Cola Philippines, First Philippine Holdings, ICTSI, SGB, Paython Power, Capital One, Mervini, Royal Cargo, AIG, BDO, Cargill, Converge, and Eastern Communications. So a sincere thank you for helping make this event possible. And the event is also supported by a very large group of business groups, civil society organizations, and media partners, such as USAID, UPPAF Respond, so that's the UP Public Administration Research and Extension Services Foundation. That's the Regulatory Reform Support Program for National Development, the Advanced Manufacturing Workforce Development Alliance, Asia Society Philippines, Connected Women, Employers Confederation of the Philippines, Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, FinTech Alliance, German Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Makati Business Club, Management Association of the Philippines, PepsiCo, Philippine Exporters Confederation, Philippine Mining Club, PwC, Royal Danish Embassy of Manila, the Semiconductor Electronic Industries in the Philippines Foundation, Business World, Inquire.net, Philippine Daily Inquirer, and the Philippine Star. So I know it's a very long list, but we really wanted to truly thank them for all their support for this event. And with that, thank you all for being such strong partners, and thank you for being here today.
Miss Katie Stunts, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving us an overview of today's discussions. Let's give her another round of applause, please. Now, to introduce our keynote speaker, I would like to call on stage the president of the Korean Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Mr. Joseph Good
morning, ladies and gentlemen. At JFC and Arangkada, we firmly believe that championing business and economic reform is inseparable from mission of empowering our people. It's about creating an environment where everyone can thrive and contribute to the nation's success. And this is why we are truly honored to welcome remarkable individual to our forum today, a man whose leadership and vision have profoundly influenced our pursuit of inclusive progress. Our opening keynote address today is committed to providing responsive support interventions for Filipino workers, especially those in rural and far urban areas. With over 25 years of experience in various capacities within the Labor Department, he began his public service career as a arbitrator at the Bureau of Labor and Relations in 1976 and rose through the rank to become Labor Secretary in 1998 under Estrada administration. He also served as a commissioner on the Social Security Commission from 2011 to 2016 during administration of late President Benigno Aquino III. Commonly known as Secretary Benny, he is committed to championing a whole of society approach to address the challenges facing our labor force. His dedication to collaboration across all sectors underscores the belief that when we work together, government, industry, chambers, and communities, we can create meaningful change and ensure that every Filipino worker has an opportunity to thrive. Under his leadership, Dole has initiated numerous public-private partnerships aimed at creating more jobs and improving workforce skills in the Philippines. In addition, Dole has been at the front of promoting gender and development mainstream in the workforce, demonstrating its commitment to the inclusivity and equal opportunity for all. And today, we are privileged to hear his valuable insights on the rapidly evolving labor landscape and the vital role that public-private collaboration plays in tackling the most pressing labor challenges in our time. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming the Secretary of Department of Labor and Employment, Secretary Bienvenido y Laguesma.
Thank you so much. I was given a long list of persons, personalities to acknowledge, and with your indulgence, I will not mention them one by one. I might miss one or two, and that might not actually augur well for a very good day for all of us. But let me recognize specifically the distinguished presidents, officers, and members of the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines who are present today. Let me also specifically mention the one who welcomed us, Mr. Paulo Duarte, the President of the European Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines. I was telling him, you look younger in the picture plus on the screen. But seriously, nothing has changed much, Mr. Duarte. The other esteemed guests and participants of this event, my co-workers in government, Undersecretary Rafaelita Aldaba of the DTI, a very staunch partner of the Department of Labor and Employment, and of course, my colleague in the Department of Labor and Employment, Undersecretary Ami Torres, in charge of labor, employment, promotion, and human resource development. And also, let me also acknowledge our various developmental and private sector partners, other guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant but rainy morning. Allow me to first thank President Joseph of the Korean Chamber of Commerce for the kind and generous introduction, revealing the age of your speaker today. I would also like to thank wholeheartedly the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines, or JFC, for inviting the Department of Labor and Employment to your annual gathering of about 400 distinguished business leaders, industry experts, investors, diplomats, including colleagues in government. And I'm so happy to see a former colleague, a very close friend, none other than the former Director General of PESA, Director General Lilia de Lima. Like me, he was a survivor of many administration, and I look forward to seeing her join the present administration too. Let me also convey my heartfelt appreciation for the opportunity and singular privilege to deliver the first keynote message on the occasion of your 13th Arangkada Philippines Forum with the theme Level Up, Upskill, Upscale, Uplift. I was tempted to say, if we are able to realize this, maybe the Philippines will be upgraded vis-a-vis its standing and also vis-a-vis credit rating. Well, your team, the team of this event embodies our shared and united commitment in transforming the Philippine workforce in the light of the ever-changing labor market. Let me commend the JFC for organizing the Arangkada Philippines project, now on its 13th year, which has proven to be a catalyst for change in driving economic and social transformation by sustaining meaningful partnerships with the national government, foreign chambers, and business groups. Under the present administration, the past two Arangkada Philippines Fora centered on the strategies and targets of the Marcos Jr. administration, aim at fostering sustained, inclusive growth through strategic investments and forward-looking economic policies and reforms. Given this year's theme, I cannot overemphasize the importance of collaborating towards upskilling the country's workforce and accelerating economic growth due to demographic shifts and technological advancement. Over the last 3 decades, economic liberalization, technology advancement and digitalization, demographic shifts, and the effects of climate change have dramatically accelerated transformation in the world of work. Innovations in technology are altering how work is performed, and new jobs with different skills and competency requirements have been created. Automation and artificial intelligence are increasingly being employed. New employment arrangements have emerged, and even the conceptualization of workplaces has transcended physical spaces. Generational shifts in attitudes and values toward work and a greater assertion of individual rights and identities have also resulted in profound social transformation and influenced labor dynamics. Where a generation ago, our employment rates hovered in the range of 91% to 93%, now our employment rates have ranged from 95% to 96%. In fact, there was a time that it was almost 97%, 96.9% to be exact. We also expect to see the emergence and growth of the green economy, the digital economy, and the care economy. The digital revolution is rapidly transforming our economic landscape, creating new job roles that require specialized skills, such as those in data science, artificial intelligence or AI programming, cybersecurity, and digital marketing. A recent study by Microsoft and LinkedIn showed around 86% of knowledge workers in the Philippines have been utilizing generative AI. By 2030, it is projected that 18 billion jobs will require upskilling and reskilling to maximize the benefits of AI. As we face increasing environmental changes due to climate change, new opportunities and emerging in green jobs, occupations that are focused on environmental sustainability, renewable energy, and ecological conservation. Furthermore, the care economy is expanding as the world's population ages and the demand for health and caregiving services grows. As we recognize the opportunities brought about by these emerging economies, we also take note of the need to address the persistent job skills mismatch between what job seekers possess and what employers need. Slow school-to-work transition, the rise of youth not in education, employment, and training, and the changing demographics in the workplaces. Today, we must deliberately aim for the creation of employment opportunities of better quality that are sustainable and more remunerative, and that provide decent working conditions for all workers. We must deliberately aim also for work opportunities that fully respect the fundamental principles and rights at work and provide adequate and inclusive social protection, including facilitating just transitions. On September 27 last year, President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. signed into law the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, which operationalizes a whole of society approach on investment generation and job creation. The law institutionalizes employment planning into the development process. It aims to coordinate actions and secure commitments at the highest levels in stimulating national and local economic growth through creation of decent employment opportunities, enhancing workers' employability, competitiveness, and productivity through industry-relevant skills education, training, and human resource development programs, providing support and incentives for businesses, particularly the micro, small, and medium enterprises, to spark job creation and ensure employment security, and incentivizing employers and private sector organizations to contribute to workforce development and improvement through various training and skills development initiatives. With the signing of this landmark legislation, the Department of Labor and Employment, the National Economic and Development Authority, and the Department of Trade and Industry as co-chairpersons of the Trabaho para sa Bayan Interagency Council conducted multi-stakeholder consultations to identify national and regional challenges in generating employment opportunities towards the formulation of the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan. On the supply side, the plan seeks to address the high cost of training and competency enhancement programs, unequal access to quality education and training opportunities, economic barriers to skills development, high employee turnover, and skills gap in the technology sector. On the demand side, the plan seeks to lower business operating costs, simplify complex regulatory requirements, promote ease of doing business, promote investments in infrastructure and technology, including digitalization and connectivity, and building professional networks to provide support and opportunities in a rapidly changing labor market. For the duration of the 10-year Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan, there will be continuing focus on developing and equipping human resources with the skills and competencies that will ensure their employability and upward mobility amidst the ever-changing world of work. Equal attention will also be given to ensuring employment facilitation through updated and reliable labor market information. In addition, attention shall also be given to supporting the expansion and growth of businesses through a balanced combination of responsive capacity building measures, particularly towards digitalization, well-designed incentives, and wider access to credit. For the next 4 years to be implemented until 2028, alongside the time span of the Philippine Development Plan and the Labor and Employment Plan, the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan will have 4 strategic priorities. The first is to strengthen the alignment of education and training programs with industry requirements. Rapid technological advancements necessitate continuous dialogue between educational institutions and industries to keep curricula relevant. The Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan and Act is vital in this endeavor, providing a framework for analyzing employment trends and labor market needs. The second is to expand employability programs in order to facilitate school to work, and work to work transitions, especially for the youth and young workers. The Trabaho para sa Bayan Act also emphasizes targeted upskilling programs in sectors facing critical skill shortages, such as agriculture and technology. By directing our efforts towards these areas, we can address immediate skills gaps and position the Philippines as a leader in these industries. Additionally, the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act fosters a culture of lifelong learning and continuous skills development, which is very essential in an era of rapid change. The third priority is to reduce the regulatory burdens on MSMEs and at the same time ensure compliance with all labor standards. The present administration continues to vigorously implement programs and strategies to create a more conducive regulatory and policy environment to make the country an attractive and viable destination for investors, such as those in the infrastructure, technology, and energy sectors. President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. himself has been leading efforts to attract more investors to the Philippines in his visits to all other countries. And the national government has continuously intensified its thrust towards transport and logistic infrastructure, sustainable energy and power, and information and communication technology. We also need to make investment inflow easier with key initiatives in promoting ease of doing business, reducing the cost of doing business in the Philippines, e-governance, and a progressive tax regime that provides incentives for workforce development. And last but not the least of these priorities is to strengthen social protection mechanisms, including measures for just transition and the operationalization of the social protection floor framework, which the President, as chairman of the NEDA board, approved last year. These strategic priorities are encapsulated in the Fourth Employment Covenant on the formulation and realization of the 10-year Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan during the June 2024 National Employment Summit. Born out of your collective dedication to multi-stakeholder collaboration, both at the national and regional levels, especially to the regional development councils. We believe that employment is a shared responsibility which requires a multi-stakeholder approach with concerted efforts of all sectors of society. Incidentally, the 10-year Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan is now on its final stage of regional consultation and is expected to be submitted to the President in December of this year. Since the start of the Marcos Jr. administration, the Department of Labor and Employment has been actively forging partnerships to enhance skills training and employment facilitation, not just with the private sector, but with governmental agencies as well. The Department of Labor and Employment has a labor market information facility we call the PhilJobNet that consolidates labor market information on job seekers and job openings registered through our Public Employment Service Offices or PESOs based on our administrative reports. Key industries such as IT, BPM, manufacturing and transport and logistics continue to be a major source of job vacancies. In 2024 particularly for positions like call center agents, production workers, and production machine operators. I do request and encourage all of you to use the PhilJobNet facility as well, and also perhaps share your good practices so that we can continue improving these facilities. Another initiative worth mentioning is our collaboration with TESDA and IBM Philippines to pilot the IBM Skills Build platform. This free digital platform empowers job seekers by providing access to essential IT skills and employment opportunities from theoretical knowledge to practical skills, leading to globally recognized credentials that enhance employment opportunities both locally and internationally. In relation to employability and addressing the job skills mismatch through the adoption of apprenticeship programs and tie-ups with the academe, I would like to stress the indispensable role of the private sector, you who are present here today, particularly in identifying emerging skills and competency. The TESDA as industry boards, which should be able to identify this on an industry and area-specific basis and to introduce relevant technical vocational education programs, as well as to formulate and implement skills and competency standards and certification interventions. I enjoin our business groups and chambers to work closely with employer representatives in the industry boards of TESDA in the formulation of appropriate programs, curricula, and standards. On the other hand, the most available avenue for possible industry-academe linkage and collaboration to ensure that graduates meet the requirements of industry are the so-called job placement offices or JPOs in various universities and higher education institutions nationwide. The DOLE had just recently signed a memorandum of agreement with the University of the Philippines and the UP Alumni Association to set up a JPO. And this is now in the process of building up its labor market information base. The vision is for the JPO to capitalize on the vast business networks of the alumni and to use the mechanism as an industry feedback mechanism so that the university can adapt its curricula to changing industry requirements faster. Hence, I encourage you to likewise explore potential partnerships through our JPOs. The DOLE currently have some 334 JPOs, 278 of which are classified as educational institutions and 56 classified as NGOs and economic zones. At the program level, the DOLE promotes labor management education, enterprise level training, reskilling and upskilling, labor management cooperation, productivity improvement, and the use of collective bargaining and other consultative mechanisms with meaningful worker participation always and a must as an essential element. We offer and provide technical assistance to companies that are interested to avail of these programs. These are free of charge, right, USEC AMI? So take advantage of our offer of services from the government. The DOLE also has a new program for small and medium enterprises, which we refer to as the Adjustment Measures Program or AMP. Among the activities that may be funded through the AMP are capacity building and related projects for organizational development and performance, product development and technology absorption, particularly the use of digital technology. This program may be accessed and availed of by both enterprises and their workers. Recognizing that the Philippines is poised to benefit from the current demographic transition with a young, vibrant, educated workforce, the DOLE continues to provide employment bridging programs such as the Special Program for the Employment of Students, Government Internship Program, and Job Start Philippines. These youth employment programs are considered essential in equipping young Filipinos with the skills and experience they need to thrive in the workplace of tomorrow. We continue to strengthen the capacity of public service offices to provide comprehensive employment facilitation services and in developing and implementing targeted approaches aligned with the regional key employment generators for groups in vulnerable situations, including the youth, the women, and persons with disability. Through these efforts, the DOLE will not only help facilitate gainful employment, but also ensure an inclusive and sustainable employment environment that meets the demands of both the present and the future under a bagong Pilipinas kung saan may matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay ang bawat Pilipino. The Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, through its Interagency Council, promotes a multi-stakeholder approach with emphasis on a more inclusive initiatives which can ensure and guarantee that the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan will be a vital document and a major avenue in realizing the administration's vision of a bagong Pilipinas for the benefit of all. Achieving our vision for a skilled and competitive workforce depends on effective and sustained collaboration among multi-stakeholders. This is where you, the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines, our partners, the business leaders, industry experts, and members of the academic community play a very critical and valuable role. Your insights and expertise are essential in creating a cohesive and enabling ecosystem that promotes continuous learning and skills enhancement. Your involvement ensures that our upskilling program align with industry needs and respond to the demands of the global labor market. We at the DOLE look forward to our future and stronger collaboration in shaping the future of employment in the Philippines. As we move forward from today's forum, I urge and appeal to all Arangkada members to actively engage in our various initiatives. The department stands ready to harness our collective expertise, our resources available, and passion to drive impactful change towards more quality, decent jobs, ensuring work for all, with the ultimate aim of increasing worker productivity, improving living standards, and fostering comprehensive social and economic recovery. Rest assured that the national government will continue to ensure the sustainability of jobs, leveling up the upskilling and reskilling of our workers so we can maintain the productivity and the edge of our labor force over our competitors and maintain the growth path of our economy. With Arangkada's all-out support and cooperation, I'm very certain and confident that we will not only survive, but thrive in the evolving labor market, ensuring that no Filipino is left behind as we move forward. Tunay na sa pakikisa at walang sawang pagtulong ng Arangkada Philippines, aarangkada ang bansa tungo sa isang bagong Pilipinas. Again, let me thank the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines for making me a part of this forum. Let us join hands and work together towards building a society where every Filipino worker can find meaningful and decent work. May this 13th Arangkada Forum be a productive and resounding success. Mabuhay po ang Arangkada Philippines, mabuhay ang Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines, mabuhay po ang bagong Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po.
A round of applause for Secretary Bienvenido Laguesma, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks. We kindly request that you remain on stage as we invite the principals of the Joint Foreign Chambers to join you on stage and present the plaque of appreciation. Once again, Secretary Laguesma, thank you, sir. To introduce our second keynote speaker, I would like to call on stage the president of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Mr. Julian Payne.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Secretary Lagosmina, for a really informative and encouraging presentation. The Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce of the Philippines is proud to work with you to strengthen the labor force of this country. We all agree that labor, effective labor force, is the foundation of success and economic growth in all countries. We are now fortunate to welcome another distinguished speaker to our event. Our next speaker is Rafaelita Aldabat, Undersecretary in the Department of Industry, Trade and Industry for Competition and Innovation. If I may depart slightly from my text, I think we all recognize that competitiveness and innovation are related. Indeed, some management gurus say you cannot be competitive without innovation. And other management gurus says for innovation to be successful, you have to be competitive. Our guest speaker will help us understand better the role and aspirations of the government in promoting both competition and innovation. As Undersecretary for Competitiveness and Innovation, she has been at the forefront of the Philippines in promoting these two essential facts in economic growth. She, under her leadership in DTI, she helped launch the Center for AI Research, also the National AI Strategy Roadmap. But prior to her present position, she also, as Assistant Secretary for Industry Development and Trade Policy Group, played a very key role, including formation and implementation of the comprehensive National Industrial Strategy, including Industry Innovation Industrial Strategy, and including the industrial policy known as Science, Technology, and Innovation Industrial Strategy. Before joining DTI, she was very active in the Philippines Institute of Development Studies, including as a senior research fellow and as acting vice president of that very, very distinguished institution. In summary, her expertise, her experience, and her knowledge in a number of critical areas are of great importance to the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce and indeed to a country. These include her knowledge and experience in trade and industrial policy, in regional integration, in competition policy, in SME development, and indeed in foreign direct investment. Let us welcome on stage Undersecretary Rafaelita Aldabat. Please come.
Thank you very much, Julian, for that kind introduction. Labor Secretary Bienvenido Laguesma, former PEZA Director General Lilia de Lima, my good friend. It's nice to see you here. Yusek Ami Torres, Mr. Eb Hinchcliffe of the AmCham, Miss Katie Stantz from the Arangkada, of course, our project director, Mr. Joseph President of the Korean Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Julian Payne, of course, from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Paulo Duarte from the European Chamber of Commerce, industry leaders, colleagues in government, and partners from the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines. Good morning. On behalf of Secretary Cristina Roque, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines for extending this invitation. Amid the rapid and transformative changes brought about by the fourth industrial revolution technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and automation, alongside the pressing challenges of the climate crisis, geopolitical risks, and global supply chain disruptions, we find ourselves at a pivotal juncture. Now more than ever, we have a unique opportunity to strengthen our economic position by transforming our production sectors and revitalizing our workforce. To remain competitive in this dynamic environment, we must ensure that our industries and workforce are adaptive and resilient to market shifts. However, achieving this level of agility requires the government, academe, and industry to work together by focusing on reskilling, upskilling, and preparing our workforce for the demands of future production. And we can then pave the way for sustained economic growth. This is the So a prime example of this role is AI, which is one of the most critical technologies shaping the future of industries worldwide. AI has the power to revolutionize production processes, enhance operational efficiency, and unlock vast opportunities for growth. And to stay competitive, it is crucial that our industries and workforce are not only prepared to adapt these new technological shifts, but are also fully equipped to harness the transformative potential of artificial intelligence. Based on calculations by Kearney and EDBI, artificial intelligence has the potential to add $92 billion to the Philippines' GDP and $1 trillion to the region's GDP by 2030. AI is expected to follow an S-curve with a slow start, followed by accelerated adoption as technology matures. And with the continued adoption of AI, the demand for AI and machine learning specialists, data analysts, and digital transformation experts is projected to grow rapidly. And in contrast, many clerical and secretarial roles are likely to decline quickly due to advancements in technology. Research also indicates that up to 40% of working hours in various sectors could be affected by large language models and similar AI technologies. A question that probably comes to mind often is, will AI replace humans? The reality is more about augmentation than replacement. Accenture, for instance, notes that 65% of our time spent on language tasks can be done by AI. The World Economic Forum predicts that 75% of companies will adopt AI, with 50% expecting job growth and only 25% fearing job losses. Analytical and creative thinking remain critical skills for workers in 2023 and beyond. And to prepare for the future, we need to build talent in AI while training our employees to work effectively with AI-infused processes. The Future of Jobs Report 2023 also reveals significant shifts in the labor market, highlighting the fastest growing and declining jobs. As you can see on the slide, demand is surging for roles such as AI and machine learning specialists, data analysts and scientists, digital transformation specialists, sustainability experts, and healthcare workers. Conversely, traditional clerical and secretarial roles, cashiers, certain manufacturing jobs, postal workers, and telemarketers are declining due to automation and digitalization. According to research, 56% of Filipino workers are expected to use generative AI in 5 to 20% of their daily activities. This presents a massive opportunity to enhance our productivity. Gen AI's potential contribution to the Philippine economy is expected at 79.3 billion US dollars, with manufacturing and retail driving this value addition at 47% of the total contribution. And this is followed by significant gains across real estate, finance, and other sectors. So beyond AI, digital skills in general have become crucial for competitiveness, ranking as the second most demanded skill by companies in the Philippines. And it's just behind self-management skills. Other in-demand skills include analytical, entrepreneurial, soft skills, and green skills. And notably, many emerging digital skills such as IT support, cybersecurity, data analytics, and digital marketing are sought after more in the Philippines than the Asia-Pacific average. This trend highlights the significant job creation potential that global companies see in the Philippines within the digital economy. However, key obstacles to digital skills development include limited internet access, lack of time, high course costs, and few training opportunities. Connectivity issues, busy schedules, and expensive programs deter learners, particularly in underserved areas. And addressing these barriers is essential for cultivating a digitally skilled workforce. Moreover, various studies that we commissioned show that inadequate skilled talent significantly hampers our industry's ability to pursue industrial digital transformation across key sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, services, and even in the adoption of AI. The lack of skills, human resources, and specialized knowledge prevents industries from adopting new technologies, improving efficiency, and staying competitive in the digital age. So, with all these advancements and developments, the country has put innovation at the heart of our industrial policy to foster globally competitive and innovative industries. And central to this industrial policy is the development of human capital through reskilling, upskilling, and workforce development. Talent development and workforce development are also vital components of the DTI's AI Strategy Roadmap 2.0, which we launched this year. The AI Roadmap emphasizes the development of an industry skills framework to bridge existing skills gaps. This includes reskilling and upskilling efforts, along with curriculum updates at all levels of education to prepare a more innovative and creative AI workforce. To boost the industrial capabilities of the Philippines in AI, we launched the Center for AI Research, which has brought together the best AI talents in the country, demonstrating cutting-edge AI capabilities tailored to various industries. And CARE is capable of working with industries in practical and high-impact AI applications such as chatbots for customer service, defect prediction in manufacturing, and precision farming tools. It also creates solutions for fraud detection, supply chain optimization, industrial planning, and many others. Now, another important initiative that I would like to share, and this one, the Philippine Skills Framework, we launched this together with the DOLE, TESDA, and other government agencies. The aim is to address job skills mismatches and prepare the workforce for future roles. This framework outlines the skills and competencies required for different jobs, guiding the creation of new training courses and educational reforms. It is a critical tool for ensuring that the skills being developed in our workforce meet the demands of the job market. It has 5 key components. Industry context, and this shows the employment landscape. And what we use here are the industry roadmaps, and then occupations and job roles, which would define the required skills and work context. Then we have skills descriptions, which provides an outline of performance expectations. And then we also have another important component would be the career pathways, which would help workers understand how they can progress within their sector. And then lastly, the training requirements, which would link the necessary skills to the training programs. So why do we need the PSF? While the country has the Philippine Qualifications Framework, or the PQF, which provides a general structure for recognizing qualifications across various education and training levels, the PSF, or Philippine Skills Framework, offers a more focused approach, specifically tailored to the needs of industries. And hence, there's really a need for us to integrate both the PQF and the PSF. We need both. Now, for employers, it becomes a critical human resource tool to plan workforce development. For workers, it helps them identify the essential skills needed for their jobs and career progression. And for training providers, it guides the design of new courses and updates curricula based on industry requirements. And currently, through the efforts of DTI and the DICT, for digital industries, we now have 8 industry-specific and 2 cross-sectoral PSFs developed in priority industries, namely logistics and supply chain, game development, digital arts and animation, contact center, healthcare information management services, global in-house center, data analytics and AI, software development, business development, and human capital development. Of course, what we want is to have more PSFs to cover our other industries. So in this slide, I'm showing a jobs map. Sorry, I think it's too small for the people at the back. But what it shows is a job map for the digital arts and animation Philippine Skills Framework. And this occupation map or job map shows the highest occupations down to the lowest occupations. This immediately shows the nearby vertical or horizontal career pathways that a worker can upgrade from a certain job. And then the pathways from one position to another will show the relevant information as to what functional and enabling skills are needed. and what level of mastery per skill should be required for the new role. So in this way, both employers and workers, as well as academic and training institutions, have a reliable and standard reference that can guide their decisions and solve information asymmetry between and among labor market actors. And hence, the agencies, DOLE, TESDA, DTI, of course, together with our industry groups, your role would be crucial because we really need to be able to identify all the different skills that would be needed, the jobs, including the training courses that would be necessary in order to prepare our workers for the jobs of the future. And at the same time, ensure us that we will be able to provide all the necessary skills and competencies needed by our industries. So the PSF also breaks down job roles into clear job descriptions. It lists the specific tasks involved and identifies the skills needed for each position. It also describes the level of expertise required for those skills. And by laying out these details, the PSF makes it easier for schools and training centers to create programs that match what employers are looking for. And this way, when students graduate, they also have the right skills to succeed in their jobs. For workers, the PSF helps them understand what skills they need to develop to advance in their careers. And to maximize the impact of the PSF, we need to institutionalize and strengthen mechanisms between the government and the private sector to implement the PSF and link it with the PQF, expand it to cover more industries, and ensure its adoption by employers through mechanisms like skills-based tax incentives for employers. We also need our education agencies like DepEd, CHED, and TESDA to integrate the PSF into their education and training curricula. In addition, we need to raise public awareness so that all stakeholders understand the Philippine Skills Framework's purpose and its benefits. And finally, subsidizing more online courses is essential to ensure that a wider range of individuals can access the skills they need to thrive in today's job market. In implementing the PSF initiative, there's a big opportunity for collaboration between the government, foreign chambers, and private sector partners. And together we can develop targeted promotional campaigns to raise awareness of the PSF, create industry-specific training solutions, and build a digital platform for PSF resources. By encouraging industries to share data on skills needs and outcomes and fostering partnerships with educational institutions, we can ensure that curricula align with industry needs. And these potential areas of collaboration are crucial to the long-term success of our workforce development strategy. So while challenges remain, there are clear pathways to a future where our workforce is more in sync with technological and economic demands. Public-private partnerships will be crucial to progress. Employers, the government, and educational institutions must work together to implement solutions that bridge skills gaps, foster innovation, and prepare the workforce for an AI-driven future. The Philippine Skills Framework is a pathway toward a skilled, resilient, and competitive workforce that can meet the evolving demands of our industries today and tomorrow. I look forward to collaborating with all of you to bridge these skills gaps, strengthen our workforce, and drive innovation and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusek Rafaelita Aldaba, for your insightful remarks. We kindly request that you remain on stage as we invite the principals of the Joint Foreign Chambers to join you and present the plaque of appreciation. Once again, thank you, Yusek Aldaba. To introduce the panel presenter, discussants, and moderator for our first panel on Upskill, Adapting to a New Workforce, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Philippines, Mr. Nobuo Fuji.
Secretary Regesma and Arudaba-san. Thank you for very much. So DTI is a main counterpart of investors. Anyway, DTI is cross work with us. And also we are sometimes asked from the IMF like that, Japanese investor, how do you feel the Philippines existing now? So at that time, I said, anyway, Japanese investors operating here is guided by PEZA, Director General Lydia Derima-san, already there. And we are guided by PEZA and invest in the PEZA Philippines. So that is always my answer to such kind of questions. Anyway, DTI's leadership continues to be at the forefront of driving the country's competitiveness, not only empowering industries, but also fostering workforce development. Anyway, I'm excited to the first panel. Upskilling, the name is Upskilling, Adapting to a New Workforce. So in this session, we will dive into how shifts in technology and demographics and transforming the future of work. Our panelists will share real-world insights on how we can reap the benefits of our demographic dividends from understanding the challenges we face to the importance of continuous quality learning and upskilling to ensure our workforce is ready for what ahead. So kickstarting our panel is a presentation from the World Bank. We have here with us Ms. Kadrika Radhakrishnan, a senior education specialist at the World Bank. Ms. Radhakrishnan has extensive experience working across all education subsectors in multiple countries, including Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Rwanda. She specializes in teacher policies and is currently leading the Teacher Effectiveness and Competency Enhancement Project in the Philippines. With a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and a Master's in business administration, Ms. Radhakrishnan will provide invaluable insights into our opportunity for demographic dividends. Providing additional insights and expertise in the panel are first, Ms. Frankie Anatorin, who leads the talent strategy of the IT Business Processing Association of the Philippines, ITBPAP. She heads the talent strategy of IBPAP, including initiative for industry awareness, career marketing, capability building, and workforce development to support the continued growth and competitiveness of the IBPAP. And another one, he's a big guy. He's Mr. Joy Concepcion III, founder of the Go Negocio and leading advocate of entrepreneurship in the Philippines. Who has been pivotal in supporting MSMEs through initiatives like the Kapatid Angat Lahat sa Agri program, KALAP, and the ASEAN Food Security Alliances, and he's also the lead convener of job creation and development in the Private Sector Advisory Council. Most importantly, though, he is actually recipient of the Arangkada Lifetime Achievement Award in 2019. Helping Filipino MSMEs and his commendable leadership during the pandemic. Today, Mr. Concepcion will share his thoughts on how mentoring and lifelong learning can empower the workforce and create higher equality jobs for Filipinos. And moderating this panel is Miss Florida Kusi Leon. Very pronunciation is hard, but usually we call she's Lisa-san always. Vice President for Advocacy and Communications at PhilExport, with over 30 years of experience in trade and policy advocacy. Ms. Leon represents PhilExport in various government and private sector councils, including as co-chair of the PCCI MSME Committee. She also served on the board of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, TESDA, and has authored numerous policy papers and speeches. Ms. Leon's wealth of experience in advocacy and capacity building will ensure a rich and dynamic discussion. So without further ado, I would now like to invite Ms. Katrika Radhakrishnan to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here to present. I was just asked to do this fast, considering that we are running a little behind time. So I'll try my best to run through this fast as possible. So Philippines is on track to achieve the upper middle income status in the next couple of years. But when we take a look at the key human capital indicators, it falls short of a typical upper middle income country that we would expect. So if you take a look at this figure, over the past decade, aside from access to water and sanitation, where the country really has made has increased coverage, especially considering other countries, and this coverage has been really fast increasing. The gaps have really widened for human capital indicators. For example, stunting, the gaps have widened. Years of schooling, as well as female labor force participation. Over the past decade, the gaps have really widened. So whether or not Philippines can achieve the upper middle income status will depend on its people. Hence, understanding the importance of human capital is really crucial. Human capital is 70% of the Philippines' wealth, but tomorrow's workers will be only 52% as productive as they could be if they received full health and complete education. Human capital index of 52% for the Philippines means that a child born today can achieve just over half of their productive potential by age 18. Philippines also has the lowest human capital index compared to its peers in the region. And this is mainly because of prevailing rates of mortality, schooling achievement, and health outcomes. Now, when you're talking about productivity, what we see here in this particular chart is relatively low productivity growth in key drivers in the economy, including in the agriculture sector, which is home to 50% of the working poor, and among MSMEs as well. And this is data, over the past decade, right? Comparison. But there is a window of opportunity for the Philippines to reap the benefits of a demographic dividend. While many countries in the region are aging fast, Philippines has the potential to become rich before getting old. But this window of opportunity is only one generation, the next 20 to 25 years away before it closes. And hence, it's extremely critical to invest in human capital to reap the benefits of this demographic dividend. A demographic dividend can only be realized if both demographic factors and government policies are to build and use human capital are in place. Just to talk a little bit more about the challenges in Philippines. Challenges affect all life stages in the Philippines, but are most notable in the early years. When you look at early childhood, nearly 30% of children are stunted. In childhood and schooling, nearly 91% of children in primary grades are not able to read and understand an age-appropriate text. There are disparities in enrollment. When we look at adolescents and youth, nearly 18% of youth are not in education, employment, or training. In adulthood, the likelihood of dying from non-communicable diseases is rising. Filipinos also face difficulties accessing healthcare and social protection. Gender disparities exist in the labor force. And let us look at the labor force participation rate as we talk about gender disparities. Female labor force participation remains persistently low and one of the lowest in East Asia and Pacific region. As you can see, there's a wide disparity between male and female labor force participation in the Philippines. In 2019, the Philippines had the lowest female labor force participation rate among the comparator countries in the region. Now, we did talk about digital skills. And in this world of technology, we cannot emphasize more the role of digital skills. Poor digital skills and low level of digital literacy in general have been recognized as obstacles to digital transformation in the Philippines. So if you take a look at this particular figure, only about 1/4 of youth and adults are able to send emails with attachment files, for example. 7.2% are able to use basic arithmetic formula in a spreadsheet. And nearly only 9.1% of youth and adults are able to create electronic presentations with presentation software. So how is technology going to affect jobs? So the World Bank, so new technologies will affect different jobs in different ways. The World Bank has recently released the East Asia and Pacific Economic Update on jobs and technology. And this is from that particular report. So let me try and explain this two-dimensional figure. The jobs that you see the bottom of the horizontal line are jobs that are done by hand or are manual in nature. And the jobs that you see above the horizontal line are jobs that involve the mind or are cognitive in nature. So when you look at the left-hand corner, bottom corner, these are routine physical jobs which involve low dexterity, are done in a structured environment. For example, the job of an assembly line worker or a job of a construction worker. These jobs are going to be taken over by robots or are already being taken over. Then comes the jobs which are cognitive but routine, right? For example, the job of a bank teller. These are jobs that today can be done by computers and ATMs. And then onto the right comes the non-routine cognitive jobs, right? These are jobs that require sophisticated thinking, creativity, and maybe more social in nature. And for example, the job of a financial analyst. And this is where the big revolution is happening, right? To a large extent, these jobs can now are being taken over by artificial intelligence. And then comes the jobs which are non-routine physical, which involve high dexterity, mental awareness, are done in unstructured environments, for example, drivers, right? And these jobs have the potential today to be taken over by a combination of AI and robots. So, and then you have jobs that are going to stay, right? For example, the job of a teacher, which is going to be augmented by AI, so that teachers will have time to do more of what human beings do best, right? In terms of their social skills, in terms of helping or facilitating learning for the child, being empathetic, and that's going to help the teacher perform better, right? Also, AI is going to help the teacher, teach better in the classrooms. Today, there is a TeachFX app, for example, which is in the US, helping teachers understand how they're teaching in the classrooms and providing them feedback so that they can improve the teaching practices in the classroom. So that's a little bit about how the jobs are changing. Now, in the context of Philippines, a large share of jobs in the Philippines involve primarily manual tasks, as you can see, while less involve non-routine cognitive tasks. Again, this is from the East Asia and Pacific Economic Update that has just been released. In the Philippines, as you can see, nearly 60% of the jobs are manual jobs. And hence, Philippines is more vulnerable today than advanced countries to job displacement by industrial robots than to displacement by AI. And another dimension, I know the speakers today also shared about the importance of socio-emotional skills in this world of digital technology. Strong foundations of socio-emotional skills include grit, creativity, self-regulation, higher order thinking, teamwork, etc. And what we are seeing in more and more of the frequency of these core skills appearing in multiple digital skills framework is really increasing, right? These are skills essential for tasks where humans can have a comparative advantage in working with digital technologies and to constantly being able to learn and navigate changes in their working lives. So what does this mean for Philippines? Two important areas, right? Increased importance of strong foundations and lifelong learning. So why strong foundations? Human capital foundations developed in early childhood are more important than ever today. So if you look at a child's brain, right, the brain's ability to learn is really high in the early years. And the effort that's needed to learn in the later years and more effort is needed to learn in the later years. And we know that nearly 95% of the brain develops in the early years by the time the child reaches the age of 5. So if you look at the right-hand side, this is a brain of a non-deprived infant. And at the bottom, you see the brain of an infant, of a malnourished infant exposed to high deprivation. So invest early. The primary policy recommendation of the World Bank's recent human capital review urges immediate and holistic investment in the early years to foster essential human capital and reap the demographic dividend. And when we talk about early years, it starts with in utero till the age of 10. Sorry. What does this mean? Is scaling up interventions to reduce stunting and ensuring optimal child development, developing, enabling platforms, and really focusing on foundational skills, strengthening governance, monitoring, and awareness, prioritizing social protection for vulnerable groups, and ensuring adequate and efficient financing for these interventions. And for lifelong learning. I know the speakers before the session already spoke about the importance of this, right? In order to prepare the workforce, right? It's really important. There needs to be like more flexible programs. Workers are expected today to have multiple careers, not just multiple jobs in their lifetime. You know, investing in TVET and tertiary education with its wide array of course offerings and flexible delivery models such as micro-credentials, online learning, and open universities will meet the growing demand. Investing in adult learning outside the workspace. And we already spoke about this, more focus on transferable and socio-emotional skills, because this is where humans have a comparative advantage, right? Complex problem solving, critical thinking, advanced communications, higher order thinking. All of these are really important, and these are best developed in the early years. More support for innovation, right? More local infrastructure, providing local infrastructure, increasing expenditures on research and development, investing in STEM, connecting universities with high quality researchers and private sector innovation. All of these are really important to prepare the workforce. Thank you.
We would like to express our gratitude to Ms. Kartika Radhakrishnan for her insightful presentation. Ms. Radhakrishnan, please take your seat on stage as we invite our panel discussants and moderator to join you. Mr. Joey Concepcion, Ms. Frankie Antolin, and Ms. Maria Flordelisa Cusi Leon. Don't forget to use Slido to send your questions. You may also scan the QR code on your table to send in your questions. Thank you very much. With such a distinguished group of experts, we can anticipate an engaging and valuable discussion for panel 1, which is Upskill, adapting to a new workforce.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Oh, I think snacks have been served, right? Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga po. Paolo already went into the multi-language greetings, so I'm just saying magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Thank you to the Joint Foreign Chambers for inviting me to moderate this session. And thank you all for showing up, despite the weather. And I'd like to pull up an aspiration. We can even say it's a soft skill, out of the Ambition 2040 for showing up despite adversities. Matatag. Matatag. It's a Filipino term which can mean anything from being resilient, steadfast. What else? So these are traits, these are aspirations of Filipinos specified under the Ambition 2040 and a soft skill that I hope and I know employers are also looking for. So welcome to this first panel discussion. And thank you, Karthika, for that presentation. I'll let you breathe first. I'll go to Frankie. We have 25 minutes for this discussion. I'd like to go to Frankie. I overheard an industry leader say, why are we training our employees? They're supposed to be job fit already. That's why we're hiring them. Frankie, do you find that true in the sector, ITBPM, right? So do you find that true in your sector?
Good morning, everybody. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much for inviting Arangkada to the Arangkada Forum. Maybe I can start by reintroducing the IT-BPM sector, the IT and Business Process Management sector. We are one of the key employment generators in the country, one of the largest employment drivers, and we are composed of several different subsectors. We cover contact center and business process outsourcing. We have global in-house centers or shared services and captives, animation, game development, healthcare, IT, and software. With the width and the breadth of functions, employment opportunities in our sector, we have long since abandoned the idea that employers are merely harvesters of talent. So part of the advocacy of the industry association that I represent, IPPAP, together with our partner associations that represent all of the different sectors in ITBPM, we work very closely together with our partners in academia as well as partners in government to ensure that we can embed as early as possible into the educational life cycle of the Filipino talent all of the different changes, transformations that we experience and we require in the IT-BPM industry. Because really, at the end of the day, it's ensuring that we collaborate together, that we are able to survive all of the different changes and transformations. So what we do with in IBPAP is traditionally, perhaps employers will traditionally work with the academic sector a little later in the educational stage of the talent about to graduate or right before they enter employment. What we have done is for many years now, we've been advocating, even working directly with basic education. So as early into the education life cycle of the Filipino talent, we want to make sure that there's close coordination across different industry players that make up IT-BPM. And that flows through to higher education and even post-education. A lot of our industry players, members of IBPAP, work very hard to ensure that even their employees also go through upskilling and reskilling. So pre-employment as well as post-employment, those are the different initiatives that we work towards.
Okay, did you answer my question? Do you find the current workforce job fit? Or do you need to provide them intense training?
So, as mentioned, there is a lot of training that the industry
Reskilling and
players, yes, invest in.
Okay.
So, I think IT-BPM is unique in a sense that we spend maybe 10 more times in terms of industry upskilling and reskilling across our workers. So not only when they enter through the gates of employment, but also when they have already joined. Particularly because IT-BPM is ICT enabled, digitally enabled. There are several transformations in terms of the global market that we need to respond to in terms of the jobs and the kinds of functions that we provide our global clients. And we don't necessarily experience those products and services here in the Philippines, but we need to ensure that our workers are able to represent and perform and function in that landscape, right? So we want to make sure, in order to remain competitive, there is a lot of skilling that needs to happen even before our candidates are considered fully proficient as they enter when they're new hires and when they are already part of our workforce.
What is the profile of those incoming and those existing workforce? No, I know they come from different academic disciplines and skills. Are they interested to upscale? Because in one office, I heard, people saying, okay na ako dito. I don't want to be a manager anymore. I don't want to be trained anymore. They're either scared of bigger roles or whatever. So is that also the culture, and is IBPAP influencing that for the better?
Absolutely. That's part of being a member of the IT-BPM industry, is that we have to constantly upskill, even cross-skill. So we're not necessarily restricted to vertical movements, but there's a lot of lateral movements also because the nature of the services are very diverse in the IT-BPM sector. And so driving a culture of lifelong learning is topmost in terms of the priorities of all of our industry players. So this is evident as they spend maybe their first 90 days within the company. There is already a lot of onboarding and making sure that the new candidates go through like an enculturation of sorts in terms of imbibing the different values, which include lifelong learning. There are also, because of the nature of the business, there are a lot of career opportunities within the industry
again, both vertically and even laterally across different kinds of functions. And so this then positions or puts the individual in a position where there's a lot of opportunity to upskill, not just in a domain that they have become experts in, but also in other areas or other service functions that they may be interested in as the industry continues or the company continues to expand.
Okay, before I go to Sir Joey, I'd like to ask also, what are the most important soft and hard skills when you're hiring people?
Okay. And this is really critical in the IT BPM where we cater to global customers, global clients, being able to communicate effectively, being able to ensure that we collaborate with global teams. That's also part of the skills that we need developed as early as possible. Creative thinking and problem solving. So these are all of the four C's, right, of the 21st century. And these we consider to be more permanent skills and really essential to our workforce. But at the same time, I'll kind of elevate that and say that while these are very critical, we also need to make sure that there is more of a multi-dimensional approach to skills. Practical application is really important. And so being able to perform those skills in particular domains or multiple domains in multiple settings is also very important given the nature, the transformative nature of our industry.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. Sir Joey, an MSME champion through and through all the administrations that came and go. No, so it was mentioned earlier by Karthika that most of the jobs are manual. And my gut feel, and I hope I'm wrong, is that if we automate all these manual jobs, we will not be able to absorb those who will be displaced. No, if they are, of course, if they don't want to be upskilled and all. And this leads us to the Go Negosyo entrepreneurial ecosystem, no? MSME still 64.5%, no, generator of jobs. How are they now? Are they able to grow, no, from from S to M to medium? Is Go Negosyo able to monitor this, and how are they able to generate jobs, their appetite for technology, for example, in doing things so they are more efficient and productive?
Well, you have the employer and the employee. What is critical here is how do we scale up our MSMEs? I've been doing this for the last 19 years. Go Negosyo has existed for that long. We have gone all over the Philippines. We have implemented programs for especially the micro and small entrepreneurs. Well, the basic goal of what we're doing in this room is how do we bring economic prosperity to every Filipino. Big business, of course, is up there, but how do we bring that down to the micro and small entrepreneurs? I mean, we have a lot of people moving overseas, working overseas to get a better pay. To me, there's nothing wrong with that. We need that. But of course, there is a drain in talent. But I would rather go that way so that they can help their families, be more prosperous, be able to send their children to better schools, and be able to even start a business. So both formats are okay. We have to continue to upskill our employees. Even as an entrepreneur, you have to upskill and reskill because the competition out there is pretty tough. But the good part in all of this is digitalization now is really happening. And at one point in time, big business really controlled basically the economy because of its huge reach and resources. But today, because of digitalization, online, and all of that, it has started, to my mind, be democratized. The new area today is how many of you in this room are watching television? Hardly anybody. Everybody's on their phone, taking the news, etc., transacting, going with Uber, all of that. The point being is that we now are focusing on training the MSMEs to use the power of all of these to help them reach more customers. And I think that's the way to have an inclusive economy. We mount a lot of events all over the country. Every province, many of you have joined us as mentors. The program we use is basically focused on mentorship, money, and market. The three most important components to at least start a business, survive. Big business is helping by being mentors. So the marketplace today is online. That has rapidly changed the landscape. Giving, it has really democratized the whole thing. I mean, definitely the traditional stores will be challenged. Same with media. Media is being challenged. How many of those stations will exist? How many people will watch television? Everybody has moved on. And we have created a new sector for this micro entrepreneurs to reskill and understand how to become a content creator and influencer. If they're able to do that, then they will have basically a way to market their products. And I've seen so many of these micro entrepreneurs really master it. And they are exposing themselves. So that huge sector of social media is really rocking the boat. Our company doesn't spend a single cent in advertising today. It's purely social media. The wave is going that way. Basic platforms on market is moving that way. So brick and mortar businesses are going to be challenged. Yes, they will have to adopt. But that is what we want to see. In the end, if we don't uplift the lives of our people in this country will never become an economic powerhouse. It's not only jobs that we have to give them. We have to reskill them because businesses that they have at times have to improve. And this is one of the efforts that this foundation has been doing. Again, what's key here is partnership. It's not the private sector alone that can do this. Government has to partner with the private sector. And today, the reason why we are where we are in Go Negosyo is because the partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry through time, Mon Lopez, Sec Pascual, and of course now, Secretary Roque, who I believed was really destined to become the secretary. And she will be the first secretary who has claimed success as an entrepreneur, being the owner of Camiseta. That to me is important because this trade secretary understands the challenges of the MSMEs because she was once upon a time a micro entrepreneur. So we are working with industries, different associations. We need all of you to support and focus. If we succeed in scaling up our MSMEs, this country definitely will move forward because greater prosperity will be filtered down to those people. And that is what we want to see. A nation that has a greater prosperity, not by just us up there, but by everyone. At the ASEAN level, which I chair right now, and we will be hosting the ASEAN in 2026, and we'll be asking your help. That will be our focus as well. This will be one of the major events of this president, BBM, in his term of six years. So we will have to work with you and make it a big one. Even at the ASEAN level, MSMEs is a priority for all. Of course, countries like Brunei, maybe Singapore will have less of that problem. But countries like Laos, Philippines, and other Vietnam, Cambodia will have that situation. So I thank the chamber, the AmCham chamber, for really supporting all these efforts.
Thank you, sir. Working closely with government, no, the administration as presidential advisor, give me just two priority government policies that should be implemented to leverage the demographic dividends through human capital investments. And I'm reading now from the audience questions through the Slido. So just two priority policies that we need to implement within this term.
Well, access to capital is very important. And a lot of effort is being done to encourage the microfinance institutions, many of them, CAR, TSKI, many of them, we are getting them to really be more aggressive in lending. And of course, the machinery of DTI, together with the private sector machinery, is very important in really getting to the grassroots. And the USECs and the regional what do you call this, leaders in DTI have to really help pull and push harder that we're able to really get and help these MSMEs. So these are areas that to me are very important.
Thank you, sir. Karthika, do you find a direct connection between highly skilled people with job creation? And can we cite specific best practice or model economy in this area?
Thank you. Yes, the best practices that you talk about is, what I also shared in my presentation is really investing in early years. And that has the greatest return to investment, right? The skills that are developed in the early years lead to good health outcomes, education outcomes, career outcomes, behavioral outcomes, right? And hence, what we see, there's credible evidence also. I'm sure many of you would have heard about the Heckman study, which shows that the return for early investment in early years is really the highest. This is a study that was done in the US, right? We know that children, when they are really well prepared or they have the foundational skills, they will do much better in the later years as an adult in their career, in the health outcomes, in education, everywhere, right? So I would really stress the importance of investing in foundational skills in early years.
Thank you, Karthika. And I'm sorry, we're down to just one more question. We're down to 4 minutes. And I'm looking at the questions from the audience also through Slido. As a member of the academe, what are the policies that the Philippines can begin with in order to support child development programs? And how do you incentivize, or how do you engage, how do you inspire government and the academe especially to work with private sector, with industry, for example, to address the job skills mismatch? It's unfortunate we missed the CHED executive director in this panel, but yeah, I'm sure you can cite some models and programs.
Thank you, especially to start now with nutrition in the early years, right? The government has the PMNP program, right? Philippines multi-sectoral nutrition program. Scaling up that would be really important, right? Together with strengthening governance and monitoring. And this can really help in reducing stunting in the country. In terms of partnerships, partnerships with private sector for upskilling are going to be really important more than ever, right? In this world of digital technology, a lot of innovation is really happening at the industry level, right? So really having industry engage with the university in developing the curriculum, in also providing apprenticeship opportunities, enterprise-based training. All of this is going to be really important because a lot of research today is happening at the industry level. So partnering with the industry is extremely important. Public-private partnerships are going to be important. Just wanted to also mention here was something that comes to my mind. Public partnerships, even in early childhood, right, are going to be important. There's really low coverage of early childhood, interventions here in the Philippines. And hence, many countries who have done or who have really expanded early childhood education, for example, have really partnered with private sector to do this. So yeah, those are some of the things that were coming to my mind. Thanks.
Just one final question. Have you had a chance to look at the 4Ps program of the Philippines? And how do you find this? Do you think this is helping achieve the objective?
Yes, thank you. So the 4Ps program, I know the World Bank also supports the 4Ps program of the government. And yes, this is one of the programs that has been really effective in reducing poverty, right? So one of, and I think it's a very good example for other countries as well, in terms of reaching out to the most vulnerable population, providing them resources to continue, ensuring education, health for the vulnerable population. I think it is one of the really good programs of the government. Thank you.
All right, I think that's about it. That's all we have for this panel. So thank you very much, Frankie, Sir Joey, Karthika, and thank you all for your questions. I'm sorry we're not able to raise all of them anymore.
Thank you for that engaging discussion. We would now like to recognize our esteemed discussants for their valuable contributions. So I would like to invite Mr. Nobuo Fuji, Vice President of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Philippines, to come up and present the plaques of appreciation to all our participants. Ms. Kartika Radhakrishnan, Senior Education Specialist at the World Bank, Mr. Joey Concepcion, founder of Go Negocio, and Ms. Frankie Antolin, Executive Director for Talent Attraction and Development of the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, or IBPAP, Ms. Flordelisa Cusi Leong, the Vice President for Advocacy and Communications at PhilExport. Thank you, Fuji-san. Likewise, our presenters, discussants, and moderators. Now, please join me in welcoming Mr. Eb Hinchcliffe, the Executive Director of the American Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, quiet crowd. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, a little bit better. Okay. I am Eb Hitchcliffe. I'm the Executive Director for the American Chamber of Commerce here. And first of all, right off the bat, I'd like to say thanks to Lisa, great panel. Thanks to Joey Concepcion. Joey, he's walking away, but glad to have Joey here with us, head of former lifetime, Arangkada Lifetime Award winner, along with our other distinguished guest, Director General De Lima, Lifetime Achievement Award. We'll be giving away ours this afternoon, so stay around for that, please. And so up next, we'll be really getting into the topic that Arangkada is all about, and that's legislative reform. It's what it was established for. We launched it back in 2010, headed by none other than the late John Forbes. And it was really, Arangkada started as a need to accelerate what the word Arangkada means. And so we wanted to accelerate the Philippine growth, and we chose several sectors to do that. And through the forum and through our position papers, through our legislative, our advocacy, we've worked tirelessly the last few years to do just that, and to make this country a much more competitive and attractive place for business. And so with that said, today we're going to welcome someone who has worked tirelessly on that behalf. These very goals, he works for advocacy and the key legislation reforms, human capital development, and a much more inclusive Philippine economy. He began his journey at the age of 28. We were talking about it in the elevator just now when he started, when I started. But he started at the young age of 28. He started his legislative journey as a representative from the House of Representatives from Sorsogon, 1st District. Over those 3 terms, he served very quickly as the assistant majority floor leader, assistant minority floor leader, and he established himself as a very dynamic leader very early on. Everybody recognized it. In 2007, he ran into the platform that he wanted to be the voice of the people. And almost immediately upon he stayed true to this, as he was the incremental in passing the critical laws like the Republic Act 9504, which granted tax exemptions to the minimum wage earners. 27 to 2013, he passed 273 bills, and is among the legislators that, as a committee chair, he said there will be no pending bill unheard in his committee. That's quite an accomplishment. After serving as governor of his hometown of Sorsogon, he now leads as Senate President of the 19th Congress. Again, he's vowed to be the champion of good reforms and education, agriculture, and human rights. Since assuming the position in May, I've overseen approval of 117 bills in the Senate, 14 of which have already been passed into law, including the very timely academic recovery and accessible learning program that we're talking about today that seeks to address the country's learning crisis. His leadership also saw, of course, for us, the leadership passage of the priority bills of the Marcos administration, such as enterprise-based education, Training Framework Act, and of course, more recently, the Create More bill that enhances the Philippine investment climate. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, Senate President of the 19th Congress, Senator Francis Chin.
Officers and members of the various foreign chambers of commerce, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Happy morning and rainy morning to everyone. I know it's we have a typhoon outside, and thank you for being here. I told Deb earlier that I'm getting too old for this. Therefore, I will deliver a very short speech, and I would rather engage with members of the various foreign chambers of commerce by answering your questions as truthfully and honestly as I can, for as long as you turn off the cameras in a bit, so that you can get the most honest answer possible from me and or from the Senate. Allow me nevertheless to say some things. I have been Senate President for the past 100 days. We have had only 25 sessions, 25 session days, that is. Out of the 25 session days, we were able to produce the following. Not only me, but your Senate, as well as members of the Senate, together with the House of Representatives and the executive as well. For the past 25 session days and over 100 days, we were able to enact 10 national laws and 18 local laws, all Republic Acts and signed by the President already. We were able to send to the President, both the House and the Senate, 31 laws of national application, which among others includes Create More, and 39 local laws ready for signature of the President. We have 5 pending measures before the Bicameral Conference Committee, and we have 33 measures approved on third reading by the House, which have not yet been approved, which have been approved rather by the Senate, which have not yet been approved by the House of Representatives. I take pride in that because this would be a first. Because for the longest time, the House of Representatives would always take the lead insofar as approving certain bills of both national and local application. The Senate would follow suit afterwards. But in this particular instance, at least insofar as 33 national and local bills of application, the Senate approved it ahead of the House, and we are awaiting House approval of the same. Having said that, the Senate will be resuming on November 4. We will be having sessions until December 15. For the remainder of the third regular session, up to the time when the new Congress sets foot on June 30, we only have approximately 41 session days left. In the remaining 41 session days of Congress, including the campaign period, of course, next year, we are looking to pass the following measures. First and foremost would be, of course, the budget for fiscal year 2025. Second would be the mining fiscal regime amendment insofar as the amendments approved by LEDAC is concerned. Third would be what we call the small PIFITA. This would be lowering taxes and documentary stamp taxes insofar as the stock market is concerned. Likewise, we are looking at passing the open access bill. We are likewise looking at passing together with the open access bill or in tandem with it, the sovereign data storage bill, which seeks to require any and all data produced in the Philippines to be stored likewise in the Philippines in order to provide security and to provide technology transfer in this particular field and or industry. We are looking to pass the amendments to the right-of-way law to make it easier for government to implement infrastructure projects without need of actually facing delays associated with these government projects, to include subterraneous right-of-way, which is not yet provided in any law as of the present. Next, we seek likewise to pass the amendments to the Foreign Leasehold Act, which would now provide for a 99-year lease. Among others, it's not only providing for a 99-year lease in lieu of the 30-year lease provided for by existing law, but also require that the leasehold certificate be issued by the national government in order to provide a stable framework for such long-term leases. Hopefully, in the coming years, we would be able to have a secondary market for these certificates of leasehold, whereby it can be used either as security or collateral insofar as businesses are concerned. I mentioned the last time we talked about agrarian reform law and the fact that it is over, it is finished. Lands that needed to be covered have been covered already. However, these may be addressed through executive fiat and might not need legislation anymore. To be clear about it, under existing law, the land reform law has already been implemented. Although it is still a law, although there is still a Department of Agrarian Reform, currently it is my belief that there is no prohibition against owning more than 3 or 5 hectares of agricultural land. And given that payments of these divided up and distributed lands were already condoned by the national government, then the 10-year period within which full ownership will be consolidated to the farmer beneficiary has already begun in 2022, and that's when the 10-year period, prescriptive period, would be reckoned with. Hence, by 2032, there should be ease insofar as full ownership of agrarian reform beneficiaries over the lands given to them by government, insofar as leasing it, selling it, transferring it, or doing whatever it is they want to do with it, given that they already own these parcels of land. Having said that, again, earlier, as I said, I'd rather engage with you and find out what you have in mind. And since there's only one camera here, I can be slightly honest with whatever question. No, seriously, I can be as sincere and honest as I can with or without a camera. And I'd rather that you ask the questions you have in mind, whether it deals with government, with politics, with whatever it is we're facing now, whatever doubts you have with respect to the Philippine government and or the Philippine economy, even if and when it comes to love and how to have a beautiful wife like I do, I will still answer questions regarding that. Without further ado, I'd rather turn it over to Eb or to whomsoever will handle the open forum.
Stand. All right. Questions from the floor. Just keep in mind the protocol. Be sure to state your name, who you represent, and keep your questions short and civil. Mike? Mike, you have a mic? Here we go.
Thank you, Eb, and again, welcome, Senate President Cheese. It's with both the question and a brief comment. First of all, I would just like to thank the Senate President for mentioning the fact that the much-awaited mining fiscal regime will definitely be passed within the year. For the longest time, a lot of big mining companies refuse or does not even consider us because of the unavailability or lack of transparency of a clear mining fiscal regime. And I would just like to share with the group that Senate President Cheese was really on top of this, and it is really something that the industry is looking forward to. So I just like to thank you on that, Senator Cheese. And second, and my question really is, I am happy to note that there's really a move to ensure that the farmers are able to claim full ownership, because it would be easier for them to transact, go into corporate farming or cooperatives, et cetera, et cetera. So in a way, would it be accurate to say that the agrarian reform program of government was actually an obstacle to industrialization, was actually an obstacle for the country to move forward because of the kind of law that it was? Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
Thank you. Before I address your question, Mike, I'd like to know what you actually do. What's your day job? Because I see you everywhere, even at night. And I would want to have your job at some point in time.
Well, I'd rather have yours, but let me just say, Mr. Senate President, that I wear a couple of hats. And one of those hats is, of course, Metro Pacific Investment Corporation, and we have Meralco, Maynilad, and all that. And the other hat is the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Amendments to the Mining Fiscal Regime Act is already in the floor of the Senate. It is undergoing interpellation. 2 members have already interpellated. We expect it to be passed within the month of November, while we are discussing the budget for 2025. To respond to your question, the last notices of coverage issued by the Department of Agrarian Reform were issued in 2014. That means to say, if your land was not issued a notice of coverage, it is not covered anymore by the Agrarian Reform Law. That means to say that any and all lands issued a notice of coverage as of 2014, even if they have not yet actually covered and distributed it, would still be covered. But those without notices of coverage are no longer part of the Agrarian Reform Law. And yes, you are correct. There is a limitation insofar as the ownership of an Agrarian Reform beneficiary over the land is concerned, and that is a prescriptive period of 10 years. 10 years from the time the land is fully paid and or the title is issued. Now, this is the reckoning point for the title, for the information of everyone. It's not the individual title issued to the farmer beneficiary. Reckoning of the 10-year period begins from the time the mother title is issued in favor of the government, even prior to distribution and or parceling to the individual farmer beneficiaries. If you look at the title of a farmer beneficiary, the CLOA, it will state therein the year that the mother title was issued. And that's where the reckoning point of the 10 years would begin. And there is a second period, 10 years after it is fully paid. Since government already condoned payments to the Agrarian Reform Law, then reckoning point would be in 2022. So those are the 2 dates that you should be looking at insofar as consolidation of the ownership of a farmer beneficiary of a agrarian reform land is concerned. Now, to address your question directly, I don't think so, that it was a hinder. Perhaps it was a bit late. Most countries in Southeast Asia entered into a land reform program. The most successful would be South Korea. But they undertook it during the war years. They undertook it under a strong government, whereby they got the land from landowners, paid them, and gave enough support to farmer beneficiaries. In the case of the Philippines, we got the land from the landowners. We did not really pay the landowners. We paid them in the form of bonds, but not really cash. And then we didn't give enough support to the farmer beneficiaries. Hence the dip in our agriculture production. It was more of that and not the concept of land reform per se, because in theory, land reform should work, at least on paper. You give the landowners enough money to invest in industries, you give enough support to the farmers, thereby creating purchasing power to support the industries to be created by the landowners after they're paid for their land. But this never happened in the country and we never saw it. The number two problem was we applied land reform even to lands planted to certain crops that economies of scale simply cannot support. Sugar would be number one. That's why when we began land reform in the 70s, it only covered rice and corn. But at some point in time in the 80s, we included sugar, coconut, and all other crops. That made economies of scale less possible for these crops. Hence, again, reason why productivity went down in our country.
I think that answered it. Okay, June Palafox?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yes, Sir Jun. Nice to see you again, Sir Jun.
Congratulations on your progressive laws. And maybe for every new law, you cancel out 5 obsolete laws. Anyway, thanks also for the 99-year lease. I'm in favor of foreign land ownership. Because if you plan our country like Singapore, we can accommodate 2 billion people. Other one is 6,000 of our islands have no inhabitants. Maybe for the next 100 years, we don't have enough funds to protect them. Why not lease them out 99 years to other countries, investors, and they can help protect us. Let's say you have 197 foreign countries or cities leasing our land 99 years. They will protect us. We will spend so much. And there are so many laws with the women's John Forbes. Out of the 22,000 laws, regulations in the country, about 1,000 of them are not stupid, obsolete laws that make us less globally competitive. And congratulations so much for being progressive. Even the waste to energy, plastic waste in our country decompose 600 years. Singapore, 24 hours because they have waste to energy. And leasehold, we should even lengthen them. Like franchises for airports, why only 30 years? Skyways, why only 30 years? Make it 99 years, so lower the tariff and so on. So many things. I better write to you, sir. So many things, yeah.
I completely agree, sir, and you're correct. We have about 22,000 laws, beginning with the act numbers issued by the Congress of the United States, Universal Colony of the United States. Indeed, we have over 22,000 laws. The problem is, nobody has actually written a book or an exposition actually stating the latest version of whatever law there is that is still applicable today. That has not yet been done. Well, good luck. Good luck. I hope you can do it. And to comment, sir, to comment on what you said. Indeed, God gave us only 10 laws which Jesus reduced into 2. Love and honor God as well as your fellow man as yourself. If we only followed these 2 laws, or even the 10 commandments, I don't think we would be facing any problems today. And as a final note, with respect to the waste to energy bill, actually we're looking into that, sir, right now. Why? In the Jancom case, I don't know if you're familiar with it. That's a 1998 Jancom case, which was finally ruled upon by the Supreme Court sometime in 2010, which actually said the following: that the Clean Air Act does not prohibit incinerators, does not prohibit waste to energy plants, citing a specific section of the Clean Air Act which says, Incineration, which is the burning of municipal solid and biomedical waste, which process produces poisonous and toxic fumes, is hereby prohibited if it is in violation of the emission standards provided for in the Clean Air Act. Hence, if it is compliant, it is not prohibited. That is exactly what the Supreme Court said in the Jancom case. So, perhaps what's needed in lieu of a law would be regulations to be issued by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources in order to regulate waste to energy plants to address both the problem of energy shortage and to address the problem of waste in our country.
Okay, now let's go to this side, Froy.
Hi, Mr.
Identify
President.
yourself and
Mr. President, good morning. Foy Tahale, an independent ICT policy researcher. So, sir, you mentioned earlier about the sovereign data storage bill, and this is the first time that we've heard about this bill actually being considered in the Congress. I wanted to ask if this is going to be a condition for passing the Konektadong Pinoy bill, or are they totally independent?
We're studying it. We want to include it in the Konektadong Pinoy bill, but if not feasible, given the constitutional limitation that each bill should only have one subject matter, which should be contained in the title thereof, if we can go around that and include it, then we will. If we cannot, then it'll be a separate bill. This is a bill similar to what they have in Malaysia, Vietnam.
Thank you so much.
okay, thank you. I think we also have some questions coming in from Slido. Okay, the first one, what measures does the Senate propose to improve education and skills training to address challenge the Philippine labor sector?
Well, the president just signed two such bills. One is the Aral Act, which seeks to provide a catch-up plan given what we experienced during the pandemic. Number two would be the EBET bill, which the president will sign early November. EBET bill is basically the enterprise-based education training. This seeks to partner between employers or would-be employers and various tech box schools in order to provide them as part of their course enterprise-based training already in order to be rid of the apprenticeship period that can occur after, but rather during their course in TESDA or any TESDA accredited schools. Hopefully, the president will sign it on schedule, I believe, on November 7th.
I think the second one and the third one are about the same, but addressing the labor market, you know, the non-traditional AI impact.
There is a saying, might as well live with a bad law than to change that law and make it even worse. AI is fast approaching. It's a burgeoning technology. It will indeed change the landscape, and we are studying and looking at it carefully. We would rather not jump into it and do a knee-jerk piece of legislation seeking to address or simply be attuned to the times, and would rather see where we can come in, how we can come in without overly regulating it, at least insofar as this short-term period is concerned.
Agree. Then let's go to one more. The LED Act priority bills involving the job market, encouraging Philippine workers to adapt.
Create More would be at the forefront of my mind. Create More seeks to encourage foreign investors to actually come into the Philippines by providing a level, more predictable and sustainable playing field. And hopefully it will be able to provide needed jobs here in the Philippines and give Filipino workers an option to work here instead of simply exploring options to work abroad.
Speaking of the Create More, what about the bottom one? When do you expect the president to sign it?
It's scheduled to be signed, I believe, on November. I have the date here. I have the date, if you give me a few seconds. The president is due to sign it on It got buried.
Meron daw isang question from Laila Dilema.
November 11th. So it will be signed on November 11th. Barring any typhoons or calamities.
Mr. Senate President, we're very proud of our Senate President. But I have a question. It's quite political.
Yes, ma'am.
When will Congress implement the anti-dynasty bill as provided for in the Constitution?
We have, ma'am, but only insofar as the SK reform law is concerned. We tried to do it again with the bar law, but in BICAM, it was removed. Now, if you're asking about the anti-dynasty bill, in general,
Yes.
please take whatever it is I will say with a grain of salt because I am a product of a political dynasty. My dad used to be the member of Congress up to 1995, 96. I ran for that same district in 1998, although I am the first last named Escudero to serve in the Senate and probably the last two. But having said that, let me tell you what I think about the anti-dynasty law. The anti-dynasty law, or any law on anti-dynasty, actually seeks to limit the choice of the voters. Why? It says you cannot vote for this person because he or she is related to the incumbent or previous incumbent. The United States, where we copied our democratic institutions and even constitution from, does not have that law. The United States completely trusts their voter. They completely trust their electoral system. Whether you agree with it or not, whether you like it or else, if that is the person that everybody voted for and has had the majority votes, then he will sit, regardless of whether or not he is the wife, son, daughter, or grandfather of the incumbent. That's how they trust their voters. Now, we are a young democracy. Perhaps it's okay to say, let's not trust our voters too much. Let's give certain limitations as to who they can vote for. Perhaps. My question is, when will we lift those? When will we lift those restrictions? How can they grow if they continue to have those restrictions? Now, we have term limits. I'm not espousing removal of term limits, but the United States does not have term limits. They can serve until they die or until they're incapacitated. Here we have term limits, so we're limiting, again, the choices of the voters. Now, I'll raise some questions to make you understand how difficult of a problem it is. And we're not just selfish, really. Congressmen, senators are not just really selfish or pursuing self-interest when it is for not passing it. I'll give you an example now. Eb, for example, is a brother of mine that I haven't talked to for 20 years. I decide to run for the Senate. He decides to run for councilor in Sultan Kudarat. Is that dynasty? Will you prohibit him from running? Will you prohibit me from running? You will probably say, you belong to one family, you decide. But I haven't talked to him for 20 years and I hate his guts. Now, who will decide? Who will be allowed to run? Will it matter if they're first cousins running in two separate provinces? Will it matter if they're running in the same province? Will it matter more if they're running in the same city? Will it matter if he's taking the place of a grandfather who used to serve, like Senator Soto, whose grandfather used to be a senator? Will you prohibit him from running for the Senate today? Again, what would the rules be? We haven't seen a bill. I haven't seen a bill actually outlining these idiosyncrasies and rules, how to go about them specifically. But again, as I said, we imposed an anti-dynasty provision in the SK law. We tried to do that in the Ballroom law, but was removed in BICAM. Perhaps the key is to do it sector by sector and not try to come up with a bill that will address it lock, stock, and barrel, both national and local. That is the direction that we are heading towards, if you ask me. But still, I have a conflict of interest. So I will vote for it if my vote is needed to pass it, but I will not interfere with it as best as I can because it is a clear case of conflict of interest on my part. Bye, ma'am.
It's no longer conflict of interest. There's no other Escudero now. So please don't use that argument for your case.
My sister, ma'am, is now the member of Congress that used to be my seat. It used to be my mom too. So I'm not hiding from it. It is a fact. So I will be accused of conflict of interest and I'd rather keep my name clean insofar as that is concerned. But again, if my vote is needed to pass it, I will. But show me a version that will address the realities on the ground. Show me a version that will be able to rationally and with justice decide certain issues that we will be confronting with an anti-dynasty law. Hindi pwedeng porkit ka mag-anak up to the fourth civil degree bawal na. It's much more complicated than that.
So you're challenging us in the private sector, we will do that.
Come up with one, man.
But also it's getting worse and worse, I think. I think I share the sentiment.
One more
Most of the
question
people
also
here.
slide.
These
flash
dynasties
it
are
on the
getting
screen.
worse.
Ma'am, then let me answer you.
Thank you. That's my
Then
last.
if you disagree with it and if you don't like it, why do you keep on voting for them? Why do they keep on winning? Then that means majority of Filipinos disagree with you and think otherwise. Then it means your job would be to convince more people to believe the way you do that it is not good, it is wrong, it is bad. But right now, if you look at the surveys, people seem to be deciding not based on relations with existing or incumbent officials.
We really appreciate the senator's time. We got time maybe just for one more. You've been standing long enough. Keep it short. We do have a higher priority than probably answering questions here. So please ask, there's your microphone. Please ask your question.
1, 2. Is the microphone on? Can you hear me? Hi there, Senator. Transparency International says Philippine people rank 115 out of 180 in the world for reliability. This impedes progress. What should be done about it?
Rank number for what? Liability?
The Philippine people rank 115 out of 180 in the world for reliability, doing what they say they're going to do. Right? So if people don't do what they say they're going to do in the way that it's meant to be done, you can't expect any progress at all. So what should be done about this lack of reliability?
Reliability. My problem with reliability, sir, is it attaches to a specific leader. I cannot fathom a law that would penalize, for example, a person for saying one thing and doing another while he or she is in office. I cannot fathom a law that will actually penalize a person for joking about something and being relied upon and believed by another who heard that joke, although he was not serious. So I guess at the end of the day, it would be electing and having more mature leaders that take very good care about the words they utter and come out of their own mouths so that they are able to distinguish what they say in their personal capacity as a joke, perhaps, or in their official capacity that can and should be relied upon and held on to by either members of the business community or by the public in general. We do lack leaders along those lines and in that regard, as we've seen the past few days and the past weeks. However, it is a product of electing and voting the right people in office. I don't believe I can come up with a law unless you have a suggestion on how to enable us to do that and increase our ranking and not be as low as where we are right now on your reliability index, which the first time I've heard of actually. But it would be interesting if you have an idea on how to go about it.
Certainly I do.
Please, sir.
What it takes is redefining what people call integrity in such a way that people realize the value of integrity to productivity and performance. At the moment, people just view integrity as a moral question.
Yes.
And people do not value integrity for performance. But frankly, without it, pretty much nothing works. And no progress can be expected without people doing what they say they're going to do as it's meant to be done And when they're not going to do what they say they're going to do, as it's meant to be done, saying so and cleaning up the mess, which simply doesn't happen here. I've been working with Philippine institutions for over 2 years now, mainly the government. And in the majority of cases, the promises that have been made to me to send an email, make a phone call, attend a meeting, have not been kept. Okay, we got your message. We got your
Again, sir,
message.
any suggestions to reduce that concept into a bill? We would be more than willing to.
Talk about it outside. It's probably not
go
gonna
through it.
it's not going to take legislation, it's going to take education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, really, real quick, Bobby promised me the head of
Hi, Bobby.
County Business Club, partners with AmCham. I will give you 30 seconds, Bob.
No, it's okay, Bobby.
Okay, since you says okay.
Top two priority of MBCs, agriculture and energy. The question is about energy. There've been a lot of progress. There's a long pipeline of RE. What do you think are the bills or potential bills that can help us make energy affordable? More affordable.
Supply and demand. The more supply you have, lower demand, then prices will go down. The problem is we don't have enough supply. Let me mouth some figures. Total energy supply in the country is approximately 24,000 megawatts. We consume about 21,000 megawatts at peak. But we cannot bring the power where it's needed given limitations on our transmission lines. And given limitations on our transmission lines, we cannot bring it in as well, as easily as we would have wanted to. It's not like a pipe containing water, where you just fill it from one source and everything will be filled equally. No. So, number one, that has to be addressed. And NGCP is trying to address that. Number two, I think government should rethink and restudy its focus, emphasis, and reliance on renewable energy. Why? Most, if not all, renewable energies, for example, solar, which they are heavy on right now, are not base load. And then they prohibited coal, at least administratively. And even financially, there is no available financing for coal, whether it's clean coal or otherwise. But the problem is renewable is not base load. We need base load capacity. Renewable plants are mostly peaking plants operating from 3 to 6 hours per day. And they are not reliable. And if you add batteries to it, which will make it more reliable, then you are increasing the cost further. Do you know that you need at least 20% of base load to bring in any renewable capacity? To cite an example, if you have approximately 100 megawatts of a solar plant, you need 20 megawatts of base load to bring in that 100 megawatts into the grid. So you're only adding to the demand even further. So what can and should be done? Government should open up and provide less restrictions in regard to the putting up and establishment of power plants in the country. One of the roadblocks towards that is ERC sitting on offtake agreements that have been pending with them, some for over 2 years. An offtake agreement would be a necessary step in order to achieve financial close for a power plant. But ERC has been sitting on it. I don't know why. They have this unwritten rule accordingly. When we ask them that we should only have 25% excess capacity of power. In what law is that written? In what book is that written? That we should only have 25% excess power in the country. It can be 200, 300, 400, 500% for all I care. That will provide for cheaper power, if at all. Hence, what will we be doing? We are currently discussing amendments to the EPIRA law, which will seek to lower power by expanding the powers of the ERC and stating their mandate more clearly compared to how it was done during EPIRA over 2 decades ago. Number two, by administrative fiat or executive fiat. I believe the president was already made aware of the adjustments that needed to be done by the DOE in order to unclog the red tape involved in the approval of offtake agreements pending before the ERC. And number three, for us to rethink and revisit emphasis on renewable energy. And if there is no available financing abroad, for example, for baseload power plants, for government to look into actually financing and funding baseload plants using, for example, the Maharlika Investment Corporation. Because if the private sector is not or will not do it, as I said when we first met a few months ago, then government should come in, and provide and fill in that gap. Now, base load is a huge gap that we should be filling in right now. I'm not going to enter into a debate with the environmentalists with respect to renewable and fossil fuel-based energy sources. No, I'm looking at simply providing enough and adequate supply for power in the Philippines in order to back up our GDP growth. You cannot have sustainable GDP growth without power. And you need to have more power. You need power to be increasing more than your GDP growth, at least by threefold, which we are not doing right now, unfortunately.
Thank you. It's amazing that the knowledge this guy is.
Yes.
Being a vice Senate president, he covers so many different sectors very well. One quick question, Senator. What's the status of the water department? Answer quick. Quiet.
We were about to approve it until DNR, DA, Laguna Lake Development Authority, the various departments fought with us separately on different points.
Tell them to go jump in the lake.
So what I told them was kindly get your acts together and then come back to us. We would be ready to approve it within the year as soon as you tell us exactly what you want and how you will reconcile your differences, which seem to be irreconcilable when they present it to us individually.
Okay, we're going to work on them. Once again, thank you, Senate President. Let me ask the members of the Joint Foreign Chamber to join me on stage and give the Senator a presentation. Senate President, Chief Escobedo, and Mr. Ed Upskill. Thank you once again, gentlemen. We will now move on to our second panel discussion, where we will further explore the topic of upscale, strengthening the backbone of our value chain. To formally introduce our panel presenter, discussants, and moderator, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Philippines, Mr. Shimoda Shigeru.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Before I formally introduce our next panel, I would like to thank Senator Escudero for his insightful discussions and honest and frank answers to the questions. Now, for our second panel, Upscale, strengthening the backbone of our value chains. The second panel will dive into the essential mission of enhancing our workforce across the vital sectors of our value chains, agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. Our experts will engage in a dynamic discussion about the critical skills and technologies needed to elevate our industries. They will tackle pressing issues like job displacement and explore innovative strategies to create higher quality jobs for Filipinos. We are honored to have as our panel speaker, Ms. Ivana de la Torre. Ivana brings over 20 years of experience in corporate affairs across Southeast Asia. Currently, she serves as the Senior Director for Public Affairs, Communications, and Sustainability for the ASEAN and South Pacific East Cluster at Coca-Cola. Following Ivana's presentation, we will have a panel discussion to be joined by experts in the field of manufacturing, mining, and industrial innovation. Dan Lachica, Mr. Dan Lachica, the president of the Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines Foundation, SEPI, brings over 40 years of experience in the semiconductor and electronics fields. He spent 16 years working in Silicon Valley, specializing in front-end wafer manufacturing. Throughout his career, Dan has held leadership positions at major companies like Hewlett-Packard and Motorola. Michael T. Toledo is a seasoned legal and communications expert with over 30 years of experience in both the public and private sectors. He is the current president of the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines, where he champions sustainable and responsible mining. Mike's impressive background includes leadership positions at major mining corporations, such as Chief Operating Officer at Silangan Mindanao Mining Company. He is also the head for Government and Public Affairs of the Metro Pacific Investment Corporation. Last but certainly not least, we have Ms. Lillian Salonga, the Director of the Department of Trade and Industries Competitiveness Bureau. She leads the Bureau of Competitive Development in promoting quality and organizational excellence, thereby enabling innovation, entrepreneurship, and enhancing local and national competitiveness. She is the officer in charge for Creative Industries Development Office for the implementation of the Program Management Unit of the Philippine Creative Industries Development Council. Moderating this esteemed panel is Mr. Bobby Batumbakar, Executive Director of the Makati Business Club, with over 16 years as the Philippine country manager for Dow Chemicals, the world-leading material science company. Bobby brings a wealth of experience in leadership, chemical sciences, and corporate management. Bobby continues to lead initiatives that enhance global competitiveness and promote responsible business practices. His vast experience and commitment to economic development will ensure a rich and dynamic discussion. Without further ado, I would now like to invite Ms. De la Torre to the stage to commence panel 2.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, it is a, can we move on to the next slide, please? Sorry, the first slide. It's a privilege to be here today at this critical discussion on strengthening our value chains. Again, I'm Ivana Aguiling de la Torre, representing Coca-Cola Philippines. Just a bit of background on Coca-Cola before we move on to the topic. So we've just celebrated our 130th year anniversary, and we've been in the Philippines for 112 years. We're actually the third market that the Coca-Cola has expanded to in the world. As a system with our bottling partner, Coca-Cola Beverages, Inc., our commitment as the country's economic partner is evident in our continued investment with 18 manufacturing plants, over 70 sales offices with 10,000 employees, and we're in partnership with over 1 million retailers. And as a key milestone in our journey, in our investment in the country, we have our bottler has an investment in the only food grade bottle to bottler PET recycling facility that is in Cavite. It's called PET Value. And on top of this, we do have an active social investment arm, Coca-Cola Foundation, that leads programs towards water stewardship, waste management, and well-being. So today I will be sharing our journey in empowering micro retailers or sari-sari stores or carinderia owners, very important in our value chain to promote circularity through PET collection programs. Some of our partners are here. Tesla is here. We've been in partnership with them for over a decade now. So our approach, you'll see, not only supports the environment, but also empowers communities economically. We are deeply committed to our Global World Without Waste initiative, which aims to collect and recycle a bottle or can for every one we sell by 2030. In the Philippines, this mission comes to life through grassroots efforts with our local communities where waste management plays a crucial role in urban resilience. So this is one of our key initiatives, working with our micro retailers, small businesses that play a huge role in the Philippine economy, as well as in our overall value chain. We recognize their potential to be agents of change in their communities, especially in waste management. Through our program called iStar with Tesla, we provide these micro retailers with access to training, resources, and mentorship. And this helps ensure that their business remain viable and are able to grow sustainably. What's interesting about iStar, especially during the pandemic, if you see the second pillar here, access to resources, our microfinancing institution partners have been able to provide 0% loan to our partner communities, our partner micro retailers through this, and they've been able to recover from the pandemic. This decade-long program with Tesla has now more than 100,000 graduates with 7 centers of entrepreneurship across the country. And just to show a true example of collaboration, a total of 20 graduates from iStar came together to form the Pasco Cooperative in 2023 and started the Eco Grocer Store in Muntinlupa, LGU. They established catering business. They joined different bazaars and food expos. And through this, they've been able to gain an additional income of 100,000 pesos on a monthly basis for collectively for their cooperative. And here's just a video of iStar. Can you turn on the audio, please? Again, this is since we're not able to turn on the audio. these are just really pictures of our iStar graduates. So it used to be fully face-to-face. Now it's a digital learning program. And
Business.
I
In the city of Montenegro,
access to
several entrepreneurs start to like to learn and how to grow through their novels. After finishing the program, they formed the Pasco Producers Cooperative. Yung mga plan namin program ito kasama-sama namin. Doon nagsimula ang 20 na members na aming cooperative. Coca-Cola Philippines provided technical assistance to the group and helped them in their cooperative business planning. From a traditional food outlet, they formed an eco-grocer, combining all their specialty products and foods, and also a catering business. Lahat ng product na kaya niyang iluto, doon namin lahat pinagsasama-sama from their extra income. iStar made a big impact, which allowed them to earn individually and as a collaborative business.
So it also doesn't stop there. We continue to work with our micro retailer community as we go along. Now that their businesses are viable because of iStar, we also empower them to become champions for circularity by participating in our PET bottle collection within their own communities. So from iStar to EcoStar, our PET collection, it's simple yet effective. We incentivize sari-sari stores and Carinderia owners to collect PET bottles from their community. And these bottles are then sold back to the system and sent to recycling facilities. And
Kasama ang BES at Pasco, binibigyan ng pagkakataon ng Coca-Cola Philippines ang mga sari-sari store owners sa bansa na madagdagan ang kanilang kita sa pamamagitan ng pagkolekta at pag-recycle ng mga PET bottles gamit ang naitipong environmental points sa ilalim ng tindahan Extra Mile.
Ako po si Lorelie P.D. Guzman. 5 months na akong member ng that Extra Mile. So sa mga benepisyo na nakuha na dito, yung points nakakatulong para mabili namin yung paninda namin. Yung mga points na yun, pwede namin i-convert na pamilya sa dagdag puhunan namin.
Katulad ni Lori, pwede rin kayo maging tindahan Extra Mile partners. 3 easy steps lang at ganap na TM buyer ka na.
Sama-sama tayo mangolekta ng PET bottles at mag-ipon ng environmental points. Tara na! Sumali sa tindahan ng Extra Mile.
So we really try to take on a whole of society approach here. We have several partnerships with solid waste management companies that are also in partnerships with local government units and also a lot of tech companies that are in the waste management space. To date, we have, this is actually not updated. To date, we have 4,000 micro retailers that are part of our collection program. Our bottler in the Coca-Cola Foundation, CCBPI, also has a program called Tapon to Ipon, where they also engage directly with bigger chains, hotels and restaurants, Shell, 7-Eleven, for example, to help collect the PET bottle so that then it can be recycled. And just an example of how we also proactively engage local governments. We're actually at Mascara Festival last week to provide a gamified version of our collection bins. I'll share how much we've been able to collect through Mascara, but these are just the types of local engagements that we try to do, gamifying it, making it more exciting for consumers to participate in the circularity program. Another program that we've piloted in Davao and in Nueva Ecija and also in Rizal is Trash Free Pilipinas. This again is with our partner Testa, and it has 3 components: training the program itself that would involve resources for solid waste management infrastructure and policy advocacy. Right, so we've seen in Rizal, and I believe might have a video for this as well. Right, we've seen in Rizal that when we piloted the solid waste management training, and this is down to the level of barangays. The reality on the ground is while we have a solid waste management act, there's a lot of barangays that do not have an ordinance to implement the solid waste management act. And also a lot of barangays that do not have barangay officials to plan and design a solid waste management program for their own communities. So learning about this insight, we've developed this SWM solid waste management training, piloted it in Rizal, and we saw a 60% increase in collection as a result of this training. And this is also an example of the program component where we go to a locality like this. For example, this is in Nueva Ecija, in Talavera, in Nueva Ecija. We look for local partners. In this case, it's ASCII Philippines. They're a microfinancing institution. And then we co-establish a material recovery facility because while a lot of the CBDs in the major cities would already have their material recovery facilities, we find that a lot of the barangays do not. And so this is a huge gap in the whole solid waste management ecosystem. So our bottling partner, CCBPI, would also go to LGUs to donate baling machines. So these are machines that compress the PET bottle so that when it gets transported to the recycling facility, it's more efficient and it's also more cost efficient. And I think this might be an example, sorry. Right here. So at the back of that, the green machine, that's an example of the baling machine. We do a needs-based a needs assessment for each locality. So if you need a baling machine, we provide a baling machine. Again, we work very closely with local NGOs and local partners to make this happen because the training is a huge component here. And then we provide these resources such as establishing a physical material recovery facility if you need them, or a baling machine like this, or trash bins. When I went to Davao about 3 months ago, an interesting insight, and because we're talking about behavioral change here, right, from a consumer perspective, an interesting insight, if you put a bottle shaped bin, then we're able to collect more versus putting a regular shaped bin where people are also not trained to segregate their trash. So we're trying to provide to learn and gain more of these behavioral change insights as we go along and evolve our program. Okay, and this is really my call to action. Our goal here is to promote local recycling, domestic circularity, to foster a thriving local ecosystem that can handle the waste that we generate rather than relying on exports. We have a huge recyclable export industry, and we do partner up with them. They also agree that if there is opportunity to recycle domestically, then they would also prefer to participate in that ecosystem. And in order to create this, we need an enabling environment for local recyclers, one that provides them with resources and support needed to scale up their operations and invest in advanced recycling technologies. This would involve working with policymakers to ensure that local recyclers can compete on a level playing field while export markets for recyclable plastic feedstocks can offer immediate outlets, our focus should be on nurturing local recycling infrastructure and collection infrastructure. And this will allow us to process materials domestically, contributing to local economies and jobs while reducing our reliance on external markets. By supporting policies, perhaps such as the circular economy bill, maybe incentivizing domestic circularity and local recycling to be included in the SIPP or even in, fiscal or non-fiscal incentives to be included in EPR. These examples would already minimize barriers for local players, and then we can build a robust system that not only manages the plastic waste, but also contributes to circularity within our own borders. This approach ensures long-term sustainability for both the environment and local industries, creating a win-win for communities and the planet. Thank you.
Here you go.
Thank you, Ms. Ivana de la Torre, Senior Director at Coca-Cola Philippines. Please take your seat on stage, ma'am, while we call on the panel discussants and moderator for panel 2, which is Upskill, strengthening the backbone of our value chains. They are Dr. Benita Chiba, Attorney Mike Pilodo, Director Lilian Salonga, and Mr. Bobby Batumbahay. Good afternoon, good lunch. I'm Bobby Batumbakal. I was just sharing earlier with my seatmates that this is together with Dan. Dan, this is probably our 13th, no? Kasi I do remember the first Arangkada when we were together. We still look the same from 13 years ago. No? And I distinctly remember President Aquino was our guest speaker then in 2011 or 2012. Now, after the show, Ivana, excellent. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It is close to the heart of a lot of people here because not only is it about value chain, it's also about sustainability. So a lot of consumer companies, industry companies are that. Let me get, I'll ask you a few questions about it, but let me start with our industry representatives first. No? Dan La Chica, Chief Party Advanced Manufacturing. No? Arangkada has known Dan for a long time. He's been a long advocate for semiconductor electronics. And in the past 3 or 4 years, this sector has really accelerated, particularly on development. And it happens at a time when fourth industrial revolution is happening, no? So Dan, in the context of your sector and 4IR and skills development, can you tell us what's happening right now with your sector and how are you coping or even leading?
Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks, Bobby. First of all, thanks for having me join this panel discussion. Actually, for the past 2 years, the industry has contracted. In fact, this year we're looking at a 10% contraction again. And the main reason really is because in the previous administration, when we did the incentives rationalization, we actually drove away, and our friends in the foreign chamber know this. We've actually driven away some investments, and hopefully, with the new administration being active again in promoting FDIs, we'll see a resurgence. But the industry mix, the product mix, the inventory correction has led to that. But we're looking at modest growth, this coming year. As far as IR 4.0, as you know, most of the electronics companies are practicing that. Multinationals basically drive the industry in the Philippines. But what we really want to see also is for the local industries to get with it and embrace the technologies that are involved, whether it's, IoT, cybersecurity, machine learning, and all that, right? And so this 5-year USAID program called AMDEV, it's a USAID project in partnership with Unilab Foundation. The intent really is to work on the skills gap. Because of the situation right now, most of the college graduates don't really have the skills that the industry needs. And so the intent really is to identify the skills that are needed for Industry 4.0, or we call it advanced manufacturing, and basically have this industry-led initiative, industry-led, industry-driven, to promote the skills, both functional and technical, to cover that skills gap that we still need, and hopefully in parallel working with CHED and TESDA and DepEd for that matter, as far as the senior high school, cover this gap, and hopefully while we're working with CHED in advancing the curricula, and with TESDA as far as the regulations, the training regulations, we'll be able to minimize that gap that we experience.
Dan, follow-up questions. So I've always known you as semiconductor electronic. Is advanced manufacturing about semiconductor electronic only?
Not at all. In fact, we started this initiative with two industries, semiconductor and in the pharma industry, because the partner of USAID is Unilab Foundation. But the intent really is to have a nationwide network of advanced manufacturing institutes with partners in the private sector, in government, and the academe, to spread the wealth, if you will, so that we can share it with hopefully the food and beverage industry, the chemicals industry, as we've been working on, and all those other industries that could serve to benefit from this advanced manufacturing. But going back to electronics, I guess the biggest opportunity we have today is, as you know, you've heard of this CHIPS Act of the United States. They've carved out $52 billion to onshore semiconductor wafer manufacturing back to the US. And a part of that is this $500 million project called ITSI, the International Technical, technical skills or whatever, forgot what ITSI means. But bottom line is the 500 million is going to be shared by 6 countries: Panama, Costa Rica, Mexico, and Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines. And the intent really is to grow the assembly, test, and packaging. As you know, the semiconductor industry is, it's a $45.6 billion export, and accounts for 62% of our commodity exports. But it's mostly in assembly, test, and packaging, what we call back end. The opportunity is, like Secretary Mundo mentioned when she was here, is to triple that capacity, right? Triple that volume. But there is a skills gap as well in terms of, because like, for example, when we do assembly, test, and packaging in the Philippines, we're talking about SIRDIP or F packages, where the advanced semiconductors are using three-dimensional packaging, multi-level packaging. We don't have that skills yet. So the intent of this ITSI fund is to basically share that skills with our workforce. And so we're going to be working with TESDA, we're going to be working with AMDEV, obviously, to shore up that weakness.
Thank you, Dan. Mike, Chamber of Mines. If you think about a few years ago, mining wasn't really talked about. It's really front and center nowadays, especially with its relevance to green metals. No, however, for a non-mining person, I didn't realize that there would be relevance to the fourth industrial revolution. Are there opportunities in employing 4IR solutions and technologies in mining?
Before I answer your question directly, I would just like to share to the body, as far as the mining industry is concerned, the Philippines, we are now open for business. Under this administration, we have a president and a team measures that are fully supportive of sustainable mining. It's not just by words, but actually by deed. For example, it's the first time that the mining industry, all these years, was able to present to a sitting president to be beyond as to what are the issues facing the industry, what the industry is now, and what are the asks and recommendations. And believe me, less than for the next 4 weeks, we have seen already the results of that meeting. For example, as mentioned already by Senate President Chis, we will be passing the mining fiscal regime by November. This piece of legislation has been pending for decades, languishing in Congress for so long. For some reason, it was not passed. And this is one of the reasons why foreign investors, both local and abroad, of course, the big players like Great Britain, for example, they would like a clear fiscal regime. Now it's being passed. Two, just recently, in fact, I think yesterday, the NCIP, which is sometimes a reason for the delays of various projects, not only mining, the National Commission on Indigenous People. Now it is going to be placed under the office of the president. So there will be better coordination and focus. Three, the ease of doing business. Because of ARTA, we have Secretary Ms. Perez together with Secretary Becdo, who has been pushing to ensure that the 1,000 signatures, give you me, 1,000 signatures to pass a minimal processing agreement. And I thought, because we also have the telco business, which is PLDT, and of course, we have also the power business, which is Meralco. Meralco, to put up a power plant, we need 68 to 70 signatures. For a cell tower, 32. Can you imagine that? But I was shocked, 1,000 signatures. So to sum it up, Bobby, and to answer the question, now we have an administration, a leadership, in Congress that supports and understands the importance of mining. The Philippines is the 5th highly mineralized country in the world, and yet we are actually only exploiting or developing less than 1% of that. It is sad because it can contribute much to our GDP and provide employment. And to answer your question, if mining is allowed to flourish, yes, it can be definitely be a big part of the 4 Rs. The AI, for example, because if you allow mining to flourish, it will allow then more employment to come in, more investments to come in, which will result in more investments in the areas that you mentioned. So it is really an ecosystem. So as we shift globally, nationally, from a fossil-based system now to renewables, and of course, less carbon emission, now more than ever, mining, which used to be the poster boy, people say that mining is evil, mining now actually is an indispensable industry if we are to succeed and fight against climate change. So that in effect is the summary of what mining is now, what mining will be in the years to come, and how it can contribute to employment and to innovation.
Mike, interesting. I'll get back to you on the development side, on the people development side. But before I do so, I'd like to remind the audience that you can ask questions, and we will be asking it at the end of the presentation or the panel through Slido. You got a QR on your tables. Please send them so that we can address it pretty soon. Director Lilian, before we go to government, I'd like to quickly go to Ivana on the food and beverage sector. We always like to share that food manufacturing and beverage manufacturing is the largest subsector of manufacturing in the Philippines, no? And Coca-Cola is certainly part of that. You've shared through your presentation on what Coca-Cola is doing, but when you take a more industry view, how important and how impactful is the 4th industrial revolutions and what it brings to the food and manufacturing industry?
Definitely it's critical. I think it's
I also chair the Business Coalition for Global Plastics Treaty. The innovation that we have in our discussions is not only in our commercial discussions, but especially in the sustainability practices discussion. And sustainability is not only a greening the economy discussion, but it's also sustainability commercialization. And that is very central to the fourth industrial revolution. When we talk about, what we saw here, in the program for sari stores, we started with face-to-face, but quickly evolved to digital transformation to ensure that our communities are able to participate in our programs. And yesterday, actually, I was having a conversation with Tesla because typically it would take so much time to develop learning programs for our sari stores. But then there's a company, well, several companies, but one of them is a company called Impacto that can come up with a sustainability program using AI in 30 minutes. So it's again, it's central. The innovation is central, not only in our products, because we do have a lot of discussions on that, but especially in the sustainability field, that is now also very central to our commercial practices.
Well, I think what's really beautiful there is that when you think about your value chain or supply chain, you're actually talking about the sari stores, the one at the very end of all of this, and how you're able to share that knowledge and skills with the tinderas, no? Which is really in the front line of our consumers, and these are our micro entrepreneurs, no? That's an excellent story. Director Lilian, we have 3 of the most important subsectors in the Philippines. Could you share with us the DTI, how is the DTI enabling our transition and our development of our workforce to meet the opportunities in 4IR in the Philippines?
Yes, certainly. In response to that, let me highlight what was previously presented a while ago by Yusek Fita, particularly those on the workforce development, the PSF, how important it is to come up with other industries in drawing the framework, more importantly in now that we already have, of course, the Philippines qualification skills framework, and also that of the Industry 4.0 skills that are necessary to be able to help our industries adapt to these emerging technologies. I think what is also important to mention are those initiatives of the DTI, particularly in developing more entrepreneurial spirits among others, MSMEs and startups, to have that through our Mentor Me, Kapatid Mentor Me programs that are being run all over the country to our negosyo centers. I think these 3 important initiatives can really help our industry thrive in this competitive landscape.
Thanks, Director. Mike, coming back to you, no? Actually, there's a lot of questions on mining, but one thing I'd like to ask is, you know, when I think about food and consumer, they're able to reach to the micro entrepreneurs, no, na sari-sari stores. In mining, how does mining affect or benefit SMEs in the Philippines?
That's a very good question and very relevant, and thank you for the opportunity. Put it this way, any municipality where a mining operation is present, you create collateral jobs, you create additional multiplier effects like businesses. Why? Because usually an area where it's usually not many people there at all. Find during the exploration that there is a mineral, let's say gold or copper, that is present. So what happens is the mining companies come in.
What do? They put up infrastructure, sure that the roads are there. They put up the power because they have to definitely use power to power the mines. They put up water facilities. These are just the basic infrastructure which benefits the community. They employ the people within the municipality or within the province. That is being done in most, if not all, of the companies, especially in ours, in Philex and in Silangan, which will be one of the biggest gold and copper in Surigao del Norte. We employ people to work in the mines, the families as well, and the collateral and multiplier effect would be, because of that, small businesses are being created to cater the needs of those working the mines, to cater to the needs of those who come into the area where there's mine operations to support the mine operations. So clearly, mining, if allowed to flourish, and it will, and it is flourishing under this administration, and I'm just hoping that the next administration will continue. Definitely, it will be providing support for our small and medium scale industries. And one last point, just one last point, Bobby, that I did not mention earlier. One of the reasons also that we have problems with mining is the harmonization of the laws between national law and the local law. Sadly, for example, there's a huge project, 5.8 billion project. I won't mention the name anymore, but it has been in Dubai for more than 30 years. Why? Because a local ordinance was passed limiting the use of open pit mining, a practice which is allowed under the law, in the Mining Act, allowed under the Constitution, and allowed by all mining jurisdictions globally. But because of this one act, it stopped the investment of more than 5.8 billion, which will actually provide employment. So let mining flourish, there will be more employment in the municipalities where they will be operating.
Thanks, Mike. I'll go to Dan, no? See, remember, we're talking about value chains. And while we know that semiconductor and mining provide employment, for policymakers and the general public, value chain really means what does that industry have to do with me? What does it provide to me? Is it a job and then the product is exported? Or does it tie in with the rest of industry and benefit me as an individual or as a consumer? Dan, semiconductor, electronics, advanced, how do they connect to the rest of society and rest of economy?
Okay. Thank you for that, Bobby. The industry itself, employs about 400,000 direct, and with the 7x multiplier, that adds up to over 3 million direct and indirect workers. So it provides a lot of employment, and contrary to what the previous administration said, it provides taxes, the personal income taxes, and former DG Lydia De Lima knows all this, right? Because she has been our partner before. But it accounts for 13% of the country's GDP. So it really spurs economy to develop that industry. But more importantly, how does it relate to the supply chain? Needless to say, we're the biggest exporter, but we're also the biggest importer. So the plan for the industry is to localize these parts. If you can only localize 1% of what we import, that's about 15 billion pesos. Okay. And we can develop the supply chain. Unfortunately, we will not be able to directly engage with the sari-sari store, except for when you have electronics companies around. But in terms of localizing parts, local parts manufacturing, we can work with the small, medium, and large enterprises to, again, have a piece of that 15 billion pesos and more. So that's how we affect the economy and the employment and the taxes for that matter.
Thanks, Dan. Director Lilia, last question, and I'll connect it to a question from Slido. What are the most significant trends in value chain innovation, and how can business capitalize on them to stay competitive?
One for me?
Yes.
Okay, sige. I think in this question, we'd like to highlight from the perspective, of course, of DTI, particularly the innovation space that we have already made particularly for under the Philippine Innovation Act, of course, and the Innovative Startup Act. We have programs that will help startup or tech startup be linked to our MSMEs to be able to help them find digital solutions or even innovations that can help their industries thrive in this competitive landscape. Particularly, of course, how can business capitalize on them? We know for a fact that nowadays, the digital trends have really made a tremendous impact on our businesses, and that these startups can be able to provide solutions that can really help them thrive and be more innovative in their operations.
Thank you very much. Allow me to summarize, no? We've met three leading sectors. But I think at the end of the day, when you think about value chain, every sector matters, no? And every sector has a contribution to our economy. And if we're able to connect each one, feed to each other sector, then we have a more robust economy, a more robust industry. And these are the lessons that we've had from the pandemic. So I think we're going to the right direction, and this will be hastened through innovation, 4IR, AI, so that we can accelerate all of this integration in our value chain. At that, thank you very much. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Let's give our panelists a big hand.
Thank you, everyone, for that insightful discussion. We greatly appreciate the time and expertise shared by our distinguished presenters, discussants, and moderators today. I would now like to invite Mr. Shimoda Shigeru to join them on stage to present the plaques of appreciation to all our esteemed discussants. They are Dr. Manuel Lachita, Chief of Party of the Advanced Manufacturing Workforce Development Alliance, Attorney Mike Toledo, President of the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines, Director Lilian Salonga, Director of the Department of Trade and Industries Competitiveness Bureau, and Mr. Bobby Batumbala, Executive Director of Makati Business Club. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Panelists and moderators, your invaluable insights and expertise have truly enriched our conversation. We will now take a 10-minute health break. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability. A regenerative force that heals and renews. First, Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. living it. Making it. Feeling it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
Our models can have many lives. Kasama ang mga sari-sari store owners at food and beverage retailers. Wala ang Coca-Cola Philippines na sa pagtutulungan ng bawat isa, ang bote mo, may ikabubote pa. At sa kanila, sa tindahan sa mga balik PET program. Dahil simpleng pagkolekta ng mga gamit na clear PET bottles, malaki ang magiging kontribusyon para sa mas malinis at mas magandang kapaligiran.
Ako po si Laurelie Ibig Guzman. 5 months na akong member ng Dahan Extra Mile. Malaki na naitulong sa akin at sa negosyo ko nung pumali ako sa Dahan Extra Mile.
Kasama ang Best at Pasko, binibigyan ng pagkakataon ng Coca-Cola Philippines ang mga sari-sari store owners sa bansa na madagdagan ang kanilang kita sa pamamagitan ng pagkolekta at recycle ng mga PET bottles gamit ang naipitang environmental points sa ilalim ng Tindahan Extra Mile.
Noong sa isang sako lang namin nilalagay, tapos inantay na lang namin na dumaan yung truck ng basura. Sa amin kasi dati, lahat yung kalat eh. Pero ngayon, natuto na rin kami, segregation na nangyayari. Saka at the same time, yung mga customer din namin, natuto na sila kung paano pitapin ng basura. Laging malinis yung paligid namin. Siyempre, nakatulong na rin kami sa, hindi lang sa amin, no, pati na rin sa barangay namin. So, sa mga benepisyo na nakuha na dito, yun po, yung nakakatulong para mabili namin yung paninda namin. Kasi yung mga points na yun, pwede namin i-convert na pamilya sa dagdag puhunan namin. Katulad ni Lori, pwede rin kayo maging Tindahan Extra Mile partners. Basta sundan lamang ang 3 easy steps. Una, gamitin ang cellphone at pumunta sa DEM Facebook page. I-like at mag-sign up sa B-Extra website gamit ang iyong email. Dalawa, mangolekta at mag-ipon ng PET bottles at dalhin sa pinakamalapit na DEM Trash to Cashback Collection Hub. At 3, i-remove ang mga naipon na PET bottles o makatanggap ng DEM kit na may bin, tarp, and poster na maaari nang ilagay sa inyong tindahan. At DEM card kung saan papasok ang iyong environmental points. Easy steps lang. At ganap na admire ka na.
Sama-sama tayo mangolekta ng PET bottles at mag-ipon ng environmental points. Tara na! Sumali sa Tindahan Extra Mile.
Sumali na sa Tindahan Extra Mile.
In this volatile, uncertain, and complex world, organizations must be agile. To survive and thrive, they need to adapt to changing times.
At SGB, we're agents of transformation. Our mission is to advise and support businesses on the growth journey and to help them effectively navigate the disruptive world.
We shape our people to be lifelong learners and highly trained multidisciplinary professionals who act as trusted business advisors and thought leaders.
who are part of a large global network of professional services firms.
Who eventually joined vast network of the top business executives, government officials, policymakers, and thought leaders.
We are innovators, problem solvers, thinkers, and doers who embrace the power of technology and the opportunities in disruption, while keeping people, values, and purpose at our core.
Our people and values foundation to support businesses and growth for the future. Not just their own future, but that of our people, our society, and our planet.
By helping nurture and develop forward-thinking and broad-minded leaders and professionals who enable successful businesses that are not just profitable, but also people-centered, technologically enabled, and socially and ecologically responsible. We help build a better Philippines and working world for future generations.
We are agents of transformation, shapers of lifelong learning.
We are innovators and problem solvers.
We are thinkers and doers.
We are SGV.
SGV. We nurture leaders and enable businesses for a better Philippines.
What does it take for a company operating a single container terminal to enable port transformation and to contribute to transform nations? It takes a focused passion to turn ports into drivers of sustainable growth. We are ICTSI, and after starting with one of Asia's first port privatization success stories, we now operate high-performing ports across the Asia-Pacific, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas. And even as countries and industries can count on ICTSI's strong support, so can the most vulnerable among us. Whatever challenges may come, we remain committed to our partner schools, communities, and to the environment. When crisis arose and our commitments were tested, we kept our best hands on deck and cared for them as well. We made fresh pledges and fulfilled them to help turn the tide of crisis.
Now we press on, sustaining the flux of essential goods and practically everything else we need for 21st century life.
Coffee for bright mornings, cars on our roads, bananas on our tables, heavy equipment for construction, and tiny toys for big imaginations. Accelerating digital, we're making transactions far swifter, safer, and transparent. Equipping our people, we're ensuring that work is done safely, securely, in ways that honor and nurture people and nature. Beyond births and the transformation of logistics, we're pursuing the logistics of transformation across businesses and borders, cultures and communities. We are empowering people to move up and enabling tomorrows that are worth looking forward to. We are ICTSI, and between sea and land we stand, turning ports into turning points.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying the time spent networking with fellow attendees. Just a reminder that our sessions will resume in 2 minutes. We'll see you back in 2. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get right to it. Allow me to introduce and welcome on stage the president of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Philippines, Mr. Harutaka Ishikawa, to introduce our midday keynote speaker.
Good afternoon to all. I'm Harutaka Ishikawa, President of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Philippines. I hope everybody enjoyed the lunch or enjoying lunch after the insightful discussion and exciting Q&A we've had this morning. I'm confident we will continue to have more engaging discussions ahead. Building on the insights from panel 1 and 2, it is clear that we need to adapt and strengthen our workforce to keep up with the fast-paced demographic and technological shifts happening around us. The discussions also highlighted just how essential upskilling in key sectors is to ensure that we remain competitive and resilient. To keep the momentum going and dive deeper into how we can elevate, upskill, and empower our workforce, we are excited to welcome a key figure in just and sustainable workforce transitions. Today, I'm privileged to introduce to you our next keynote speaker. He is a strong advocate for placing decent work and social justice at the core of economic, social, and environmental policies, as well as national development strategies. He leads International Labor Organization work in the Philippines, overseeing initiatives that support the Philippine Labor and Employment Plan, which serves as Decent Work Country program. Under his leadership, the ILO collaborates with the Philippines as a pathfinder country for the global accelerator on jobs and social protections for just transitions, as well as a member of the Global Coalition for Social Justice. These efforts aim to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Prior to his role in the Philippines, he played a pivotal role in addressing child labor, inequality, and poverty in Africa as the chief technical advisor for various initiatives, significantly reducing child labor while fostering partnership and implementing national action plans. With over 70 years of experience in the ILO country offices across multiple countries, he brings a wealth of knowledge in fundamental principles and rights at work, rural development, and primary education. We can't wait to hear his insights on how the country has been progressing in achieving sustainable development global aid, sustained inclusive economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. and also on how we can all work together for a just, equitable transition to sustainable development. Everyone, let us welcome and give a round of applause for ILO Philippines Country Director, Mr. Khalid Hassan.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, colleagues, and I'm honored to speak on this important event and would like to thank for this kind invitation. Allow me to take a few minutes of your time to discuss with you ILO and the UN, how ILO and the UN promotes social justice and decent work in the Philippines. It will be connected to the previous discussions that we had. Can we go to slide 2, please? Let me organize my talk in the four parts. First, as the ILO market, as the labor market evolves very quickly with a greater complexity and uncertainty, it is important that we be clear what we are measuring before talking about the changes and the trends that are happening. As you well know, our policy actions are often guided by what we measure and vice versa. I will then discuss the key trends on the different concepts of employment and related gaps. Third, I will then go into the mega trends or the structural factors for the changes in our discussions and see their potential and impact on all the opportunities that we have in the Philippines. My last part of the presentation will be about we need to do to take the best out of what is the profound transformations in terms of decent work and decent jobs available in the country. At the end of the day, these transformations are already with us. But the point is more about how we can take the best of these profound transformations, and in doing so, how to shape them for our benefits. Number one, what we would like to see in this slide is what are we measuring? So let us start with the employment rate, which is the most popular indicator of the labor market. And it is currently about 5.1%, but very different between different income groups among the different countries, which you can see from the slide. One of the lessons from the pandemic is that often unemployment rate gives us only a partial or sometimes misleading picture of the reality of the labor market. During the pandemic, what we saw was massive exit from the labor market, especially of the young people and the women. As many of you know, the statistical definition of unemployment looks only to those who remain in the labor market and excludes those who are not active anymore. For instance, those who do not search for the jobs are not there in the unemployment rate or immediately available for jobs. For this reason, during the pandemic, the unemployment rate was as bad as feared. It was not giving us the figures that we were looking for. This is why the ILO has been monitoring what we call jobs gap along with the unemployment rates. So we look for the job gaps also, and we also look into the unemployment. Job gaps are the broader than the for various reasons. The number are the sobering as expected. On average, job gaps are often twice larger than unemployment rate, as you can see from the top line in the chart. And when we look on the job gaps, we see the real differences come out more clearly And in low-income countries, job gaps reach to 20.5%. And in the high-income countries, it is 8.2%, where the unemployment rate is 5% or 5.1%. But if you see the job gap, it is 20.5% for the low-income countries and 8.2% for the high-income countries. In the next slide, we will talk about the Philippines. Philippines is no exception. As you can see from the chart, please note that the coherence with the ILO estimates of the job gap, we used ILO harmonized data in this estimation. The overall job gap in the Philippines is lower than the global average, but the rate is quite high among the female workers. So you can see from the slide that the rate for jobs gap is very high for the female workers. If we go to the next slide, we see that how do we mind the gaps and what is measured and for whom. As we see the growing diversity of the labor market participation and the discrepancies between them, what to measure is equally important and for whom. An obvious example is the gender gaps. There has been some of the progress in reducing the gender gaps, but painfully slow. Globally, now the gaps are more than 20% points, as you can see from the left side of the screen, and not surprisingly, job gaps are larger for women. In the next slide, what about the youth and how do we handle the youth unemployment situation? Globally, we are not doing a good job when it comes to the youth unemployment. If you look at the unemployment, typically youth unemployment is 2 to 3 times higher than the total unemployment. Yet that's not the end of the story. The situation for the youth is more complex. Moving between work, training, and education. A lot of references were made to test our training programs and many initiatives to improve this. Thus, in my view, NEET are a better indicator. There is something we need to check first, what we do about youth unemployment. NEET is basically capturing people who are not in employment, nor in training or education. Globally, 21.7% of the young people belong to this category. In the Arab states, around 40% of the youth are in NEET, which is challenging in a number of ways, economically and politically. In the slide number 7, if we zoom to the ASEAN region or ASEAN countries, the overall picture does not change much, as you can see from the chart. Singapore is doing good. You can see from the figures of the Singapore, but other continues to confront these issues, including the Philippines, 17.1%. In the next slide, let us come to the informal economy, how the is faring. We should not forget informal employment, which accounts for the majority of jobs in the developing countries. Globally, 58% of the employment is in the informal economy. And the rate is much higher in Africa, which is 83.3%. Also in Southeast Asia is about 70%. One may say that any job is better than no job. Therefore, informal employment would still be an option. But at the same time, clearly and quite often, informal employment could be a trap. It is a trap. Once you get into this trap, it is hard to get out without effective policy support. I will revert to this issue in my presentation, a bit more details about it. The overall picture of the ASEAN, slide number 9, the overall picture of the ASEAN countries is not very promising. Overwhelming majority of the countries have informality than the global average. At the moment, we do not have a data for the Philippines for various reasons. And this is something to which we pay more attention to get the informality data of the Philippines, particularly as a crucial information basis for the policy action. We move to the next slide. And then there has been always a strong exception that economic growth or industrialization will eventually lead to reduce informality. We have a belief that if economic growth happens and industrialization takes place, eventually it will reduce the informality. But that was largely true before the pandemic. Before the COVID, it was true. But now, as you can see from the screen, such positive relationship has disappeared. This may reflect the long-lasting effects and the scarring effects of the pandemic, but also the way structural transformation has taken place. We have to look into the structural transformation, and this is one possible indication that the current structural transformation is not sufficiently inclusive. Slide number 11, please. This brings me to the third, concerning the drivers of change and a more profound structural forces. First, it is about the digital revolution, especially the artificial intelligence, which seems to be the only game in the town now. And at this moment, we keep on talking about artificial intelligence. In our analysis, as is shown in the screen, artificial intelligence destroys jobs and also create jobs. Also importantly, artificial intelligence can empower the existing jobs. In other words, it can augment our current jobs that we are doing. For instance, I use quite often, as a part of my work, the artificial intelligence to empower me, only hoping that the artificial intelligence would not take my job. Putting aside how to regulate artificial intelligence, for public interest, the focus of our debates should be on how to introduce and manage artificial intelligence, empowering a broader range of jobs in the inclusive manner. Let's move to slide 12 on demographic changes, how the demographic changes are affecting us. Another crucial topic is about the demographic change. The reality is clear, as you can see from the chart. 50 years ago, population dynamics was similar between countries. Countries 50 years ago, the dynamics were almost the same. Now there is a global polarization between the expanding and the shrinking population. We have the expanding population in some countries and shrinking population. And the labor market implications are considerable, to say the least. There are structural pressures on international labor mobility, but there are equally good or strong socio-political constraints. How to reconcile these would be one of the most challenging issues for the global labor market in the coming decades. Slide 13. Conditional opportunities. That what are the opportunities available in this situation? On the top of these mixed trends of the global employment, of course, we need to consider the range of ongoing, profound structural changes that are happening. Let me turn to these issues. Mega trends or transformative or structural forces are many in number: environmental and climate that is affecting us, digital, demographics, but each one of these have great potentials for job creation. To the audience here, I don't need to explain why, but these are the most important things. Yet these are the only potentials. These are only potentials, which means something yet to be realized. Are they realized also, these potentials that are available? I think there are the two types of traps here: the pessimist trap and the idealist trap. The pessimist trap is about seeing jobs destruction only, that only it will bring or destroy the jobs, which is a favorite one of the mass media, and you can see a lot of coverage about it. Not surprising, media loves shocking news. The other trap is the idealistic trap, one which assumes that the positive potentials will materialize automatically. It will automatically help us to create jobs. As you know, potentials are just potentials. We need to see that potentials, how to realize these potential, and the real outcome will eventually depend on what you do about these potentials. Some of the colleagues were talking about some of these potentials in the previous discussion. I put some of the numbers on the screen. With the job potential of the green digital care, all in millions of jobs. These are the net numbers which considers both job destruction and job creation. To realize this number, we need to move people and enterprises to where new opportunities are. In the history, such processes have never been automatic, requiring extensive, careful, and strong policy support. And I believe Asian Development Bank is here, and Dole was here, and a number of colleagues who will be working on this area of work along with you people. Moving people is all about skills and income support. For instance, combined with the effective policies for the enterprise development. Now we move to slide number 14. Unfortunately, there are more to the list of risks that are available for us. The risks we mentioned, there are more risks that we have to face. Literally, we are currently living in a world of crisis, one after another. As many commentators are saying, we are living in an era of polycrisis. No doubt, crisis, political, economic, natural, are the biggest paradoxical of this world, in which the decent jobs are often the secondary, considering when the economy grows with the belief that economic growth will trickle down to job growth. This does not happen in the end, but when the crisis hit, jobs are the first to go. Another area is crisis remind us that jobs are more than money. Jobs relate to people, to each other, bring families and communities together, provide social and political stability. These are crucial values are not fully reflected in the financial compensation of jobs, wages, or labor income. Crises are often, by definition, the markets don't work very well. So jobs may come or may not come automatically. Even when the recovery starts, inevitably, this is a moment of proactive, effective, and of course, efficient public intervention. This is also a moment in which the capacities of the public institutions, a number of them were already mentioned, are being tested. In other words, this is a moment in which your investment in labor market institutions, including public works, employment services, training, social protection, pay off. I will discuss a bit more about this at the end of my presentation. And slide 15. All of these observations bring me to the question of the policies, which are the final part of the presentation. Given the time constraint, allow me to give you some of the quick snapshots. Considering both the structural changes today, our policies about employment cannot be a business as usual. Job creation should go hand in hand with the structural transformation, and in doing so, one shouldn't be left behind. No one should be left behind. So our policies should be the transformative and both inclusive. First, the major investment should be mainstream in the structural transformation, with the focus on the transition and moving people and enterprises. We need to invest heavily in people through the demand-driven skills development, provide income support as necessary, through effective social protection programs. Employment policies should also be inclusive, focusing on disadvantaged groups, youth, and women. Second, job quality. Job quality matters and should not be the secondary. Low quality jobs, low skill jobs may be tempting short-term solutions, but can lead to small short-term gains with the larger long-term losses. We need to invest in the labor market institutions, including TIVET, public employment services, wages, the discussion between minimum wages and living wages, social protection, social dialogue, along with the strategic support to boost productivity. Dole is about to start a study on living wages. Slide number 17. At the end of the day, what we need is a comprehensive and integrated set of policies. There is a need for a coherence and consistency between the macroeconomic, industrial, and labor market policies. Decent job creation should be mainstreamed into the economic policies and investment decisions which you all are taking. A virtuous cycle between decent jobs with social protection, consumptions, investment, productivity must be created. However, targeted programs for the vulnerable groups are still needed, and especially when inequalities within the labor markets are widening. Slide 18, please. The crucial role of the social dialogue. Now I come to the discussions how social dialogue can help us. Should be highlighted, including the crafting of economic policies. A lot of discussions were on mining and how social dialogue can help in solving many of the issues which are there. Policy frameworks is just a framework. Policy framework is just a framework. And as the labor market keeps evolving, the policy frameworks needs to be adapted and monitored through timely, relevant, robust analysis. When data is not available or not sufficient data is available, we shouldn't try in using alternative data sources such as the big data or the high frequency data. And equally importantly, use them for policy development, and hence we need evidence-based policy development. When it comes to data, the Philippines is well placed. Philippines has quite well data. Compared to the other countries, what may be needed more is analytical capacity. Analytical capacity needs to be strengthened, which can inform policies in a more time-sensitive and effective manner. In this respect, more and more countries are using employment impact assessments. For instance, when the public investment are made, employment impact assessments are undertaken as an important basis for designing investments. So these kind of studies needs to be supported, and I hope you will support these studies. Data, evidence, and assessments are crucial, but they always give you an option, not a single unique answer. In other words, they can help, but they can not decide. What does it mean that it cannot decide? It's point of critical importance for the social dialogue to take place, which brings together different complementary perspective for the workers, employers to find agreeable solution. And I'm sure Secretary Legasma must have touched on that area. Most realistic and reliable solutions can take place. Slide 19. Now, Philippines has joined the Global Accelerator, and this is where we are inviting you to join us or to join DOLE, NEDA, and DTI in this initiative. One of the key action point for the ILO and for the UN and how we can support the SDG acceleration is the Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transition, also known as GA. The GA is the initiative of the UN Secretary General. launched in September 2021, which seeks to bring various stakeholders to create sustainable development cycle, generates economic and social returns, facilitating transitions to more resilient, sustainable, and inclusive growth. Philippines is now a pathfinder country, and Trabajo Sabayan Act or Trabajo Act Interagency Committee is the steering committee for the Global Accelerator, composed of NEDA, DOLE, DTI, DILG, Department of Finance, TESDA, Department of Budget, and sectoral representatives are also present. Employers and workers groups are also present in this one. So this is a very good initiative of the Department of Labor and Employment and the leadership shown by the Secretary Dole to make Philippines as a pathfinder country. Can we go to slide number 20? In this slide, as mentioned, the GA makes use of the collaborative model, which involves a wide range of actors, and this includes the UN agencies, international financial institutions. I hope they will join us, public development banks, social partners, civil society organization, and of course, private sector. Slide number 21, please. As mentioned, the GA makes use of the collaborative model, which involves a wide range of actors. This includes the UN agencies, international financial institutions, public development banks, social partners, civil society, and the private sector. And the Global Accelerator for the Philippines is focusing on construction and transport. If you see Indonesia, they are focusing on energy transition, and Cambodia on agriculture, but Philippines is focusing on construction and transport. Slide number 22. Now, this slide shows you where we can support Dole and the government in these initiatives. We are now under the process of crafting the GA roadmap, and we would encourage you to join us in the development of the roadmap with our government partners, particularly Dole, provided some of the key insights on the GA processes, and allow me to explain some of them. Expanding and strengthening the interagency bodies. So agencies coordination was one of the area that we want to strengthen, and this will strengthen that one. Second, tripartite collaboration will take place. Government agencies with workers and employers organization will work together. Strong collaboration with the development partners, and improving employment and skills and entrepreneurship policies, which are the need of the day and which is very important for you also. Next slide. How can we work with the Global Accelerator is through engaging them, accelerate through national and sub-national and sectoral dialogues, and key consultations and stakeholders. We'll definitely be inviting you to these kind of consultations. Enhance, capacitate the institutions and relevant stakeholders to fully implement, monitor the roadmap, and formulate strategies that will address the decent work deficits in the priority areas. The colleagues in the previous group discussed many policies needs to be adjusted and things like that. The Global Accelerator is the forum where these kind of discussions should take place. 24. We are showing you some of the documents which may you already be well aware of it. If the UN guidelines on principles on the business and human rights, it focuses on the state of duty to protect human rights, corporate responsibility, respect human rights, access to remedy. The second, tripartite declaration on principles of multilateral enterprises and social policy, M&E declaration. The M&E declaration, the key aspect of the declaration includes employment, training, conditions of work and life, condition of work and life, industrial relation. The declaration aims to encourage positive contribution for the multinational enterprises to the economic and social progress, and to minimize and resolve the differences arising from their operations. Some of You must have heard about the high-level tripartite mission which came to the Philippines, and there were issues with the freedom of association, and a roadmap was developed by Dole, and that is a big achievement. Then OECD guidelines, key areas cover include human rights, labor rights, environment, bribery, corruption, consumers' interest, disclosure, science and technology, and competition and taxation are part of it. So if we work all together on these aspects, we will definitely make a big impact. We request you to join the Global Accelerator, which is led by NEDA, Dole, DTI are all part of it. Thank you. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid Hassan, for your enlightening presentation. Your insights have greatly enriched our understanding and sparked valuable discussions. At this time, I would like to invite the representatives from the Joint Foreign Chambers to come forward and present you with a plaque of appreciation in recognition of your valuable contribution. Once again, thank you, Mr. Khalid Hassan, for sharing your expertise with us today. We now turn our attention to our final panel discussion, Uplift, Nurturing Talents for the Future. It is my pleasure to welcome Attorney Mimi Lopez, Country Head for Legal at Procter & Gamble Philippines Incorporated, and Director at the Philippine Association of Multinational Companies Regional Headquarters Incorporated, or PAMURI, to introduce the panel presenter, discussants, and moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for that very insightful presentation. The ILO has been making remarkable strides in the Philippines, advocating for a just, decent, and sustainable working conditions for the Philippine workforce. PAMURI and the entire Joint Foreign Chambers are equally committed to supporting these efforts and fostering an environment that promotes fairness and inclusivity in the workforce. Building on the new insights we've gained from Khalid, let's now shift our focus to the last panel, Uplift, or Nurturing Talents for the Future. In this session, we'll explore the emerging roles and skill sets essential for fostering sustainable and inclusive development in our country. We are thrilled to present a distinguished panel of talented experts to engage in this discussion. Opening the panel is a presentation from Bilal Mohammed Khan, Social Sector Economist at the Asian Development Bank. Bilal brings extensive experience and expertise to his position as a social sector economist in the Human and Social Development Sector Group at ADB. Focused on labor market reforms and the education sector in Southeast Asia, Bilal is deeply committed to advancing inclusive and sustainable development in the region. Joining Bilal in the panel is a diverse group of experts in the space of green and digital jobs. We have Mishi Ko, Executive Director of Go Digital Pilipinas, a presidential private sector advisory council initiative. With over 14 years of experience in social media and digital public policy, Mishi has collaborated with government agencies, political figures, and organizations focused on meaningful causes to enhance their digital strategies. A graduate of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, she has completed Regis MBA units at the Ateneo Graduate School of Business and holds a digital strategy certification from Georgetown University, specializing in social media and public policy. Mishi co-founded PEG Social Media Inc., the Philippines' first social media agency, and currently leads parallel teams at the Bureau PH, managing accounts and developing digital strategies for good governance. Her expertise in building social media command centers and working with public policy teams of major tech providers has given her a deep understanding of the digital political landscape. Also joining us is Mr. Joe A. Lozano, General Manager of Emerson Manila. As the General Manager, he is at the forefront of driving the transformation strategy of the company, focusing on human resources, operational excellence, and digitalization. Previously, Mr. Lozano served as the Director of the Manila Business Solutions Center of Emerson. In this role, he led a team of 1,300 professionals across 9 key functional areas, providing essential support to global regions. Joe was instrumental in driving strategic initiatives that enabled business units to fully leverage the Manila site's capabilities, resulting in significant efficiency improvements at principal sites. He also led the transformation of the team's focus from handling transactional work to delivering value-added services, enhancing overall operational performance. His educational background includes an executive master's in business administration from the Asian Institute of Management, a master's in engineering program from the Mapua Institute of Technology, and a BS in industrial engineering from the same institution. Moderating this distinguished panel is Mr. Richard Abendan, Chief of Party for the USAID-funded U.S.-Philippines Partnership for Skills, Innovation, and Lifelong Learning, or Upskill. Upskill is a transformative 5-year, $30 million initiative aimed at strengthening higher education, innovation, and workforce development systems to drive inclusive growth in the Philippines. Working closely with key government agencies like CHED, DOST, DTI, and NEDA, Richard and his team are helping pave the way toward a knowledge-based economy. In addition to his role at Upskill, Richard serves as co-chair of the American Chamber of Commerce Education Committee. He brings a wealth of experience in higher education and innovation, having previously led the USAID STRIDE program, which focused on science, technology research, and innovation development. Richard also has an adjunct faculty member at Ateneo de Manila University, further enriching his contributions to this conversation with a blend of academic and practical experience. What an impressive panel. I'm sure everyone is as excited as I am. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Bilal Muhammad Khan to the stage to commence panel 3.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this forum. I would just like to set the stage for the panel discussion, so it will be a very short presentation. So in this one, what I would like to do is trying to maybe briefly tell you about the changing labor market landscape as a result of digitization and the green transition that is happening in Philippines, and then briefly discuss some of the trends in the digital economy, as well as the green transition that is happening over here, and what kind of policy frameworks are available to transition the economy in Philippines. And lastly, we'll briefly discuss what kind of interventions we can do to increase the share of the digital economy in Philippines and also the green transition over here. So, yeah. So here maybe first we need to understand how the labor market will change as a result of both digitalization as well as the green transition. So when we think of digitalization, what is going to happen is we think of automation, we think of AI. When the earlier presentation was mentioned, whether the digital technology can augment or substitute our jobs over here. So what kind of augmentation can happen in the production processes, how we can improve the efficiency in that regard, and what kind of skill sets that are being generated as a result of digitalization of different processes. So we can use the digital technology to improve the efficiency and make the economy more competitive. Or, we can maybe, if you don't adopt the new technologies, that will lead to make our products less and less competitive in the international market and will lead to less and less exports in the future. And with respect to the green transition, Philippines is one of the most vulnerable country to climate change. And in order to protect the future generations as well as the economy, we need to have also be mindful of the just transition. So if we are changing some different sources of energy from fossil fuel energy to making it more renewable, we also need to be more mindful of the jobs that will be lost in the fossil fuel industry and how we can reskill those workers to be able to contribute to the new economy. So similarly, when we introduce new technologies of renewable energy in the economy, that will lead to demand for new kind of skill sets. You might need more solar power engineers, you need more wind power engineers in the economy, and what kind of contents of the jobs, how that will be evolving over time. Now, when new technologies are introduced, that will lead to we need to be able to provide those skill sets. If we are not, this will lead to a skill shortage in the economy. So this chart will briefly tell you about how does the future looks like over the next decade or so for the digital economy. We noticed in the last 5 years, there has been a double-digit growth and from nearly 17 billion in 2021 to approximately 35 billion will be the size of the digital economy in 2025. This is based on the report that has been prepared by the big tech companies in the region. And in the next 5 years, it can further double from 35 billion to 80 billion, or it can, if we play it right, if we provide the relevant skilled workers in the digital space, this can even go up to 150 billion as well. So we can either double it from 35 billion to 70 billion, or maybe 4 times to 140 to 150 billions over the next 5 years. And this growth can come from different sectors. It can come from the e-commerce, mostly transport and food, online travel, as well as online media. In addition to that, the digital financial services also been growing. So the absolute number is still small as compared to the rest of the digital economy, but the growth is also very fast in that space as well. Nearly double-digit growth is going on. And when we analyze the job growth that is happening or the emerging jobs that are coming up in Philippines in different sectors, this shows you the results from a survey of the LinkedIn. When they analyze the content of different jobs, the emerging jobs that are coming up, we notice more than half, nearly 9 out of 15, top 15 jobs are digital jobs in nature. And also even the jobs that are being in-demand jobs, which are basically the jobs that are being posted again and again over the last year or so. Even among the in-demand jobs as well, nearly half of the jobs have digital content among them. So in Philippines, the digital economy is very well is there to grow much more faster. It has the base available from which the growth can happen much more faster, and we can achieve the four times growth over the next 5 years as well. And similarly, in case of the green economy, there has been a significant amount of work in the policy framework in Philippines. Even over the last decade or so, there has been a green TVET framework. There has been a development of National Green Jobs Human Resource Development Plan 2020 to 2030, which is already going through the medium-term revision this year for the next 5 years needs to be revised. And also the Labor Employment Plan has a component that is looking at the green jobs. Similarly, the Philippines Development Plan 2023-2028 also has a focus on the climate, has a very important focus on the climate as well. But we are not being able to translate these policy developments into the contribution to the economy per se. There, one of the major reason is actually not a very clear definition of the green jobs as well. If you think of the task content, so when I think of the green job, most of the people will say the renewable energy, EVs, and those ones. But when you look at the future, when we analyze it, a major component of the green jobs will come from the traditional sectors, actually: construction, transportation, manufacturing, tourism. So here on the right side of the panel, it is based on the ADB's report. So we define the green jobs in 3 categories. We call it green increased demand jobs. So if you want to transition the economy, if we want to implement the green transition in the economy, we need to increase some of the, we need to actually revamp or restructure or do a lot of constructions of different sites, renewable solar farms, wind power farms. So it will need a lot of construction workers in there as well, which are not considered as the green in general, but we will be needing such kind of construction workers to increase the green transition, the speed of the green transition. Some of the jobs which are there already exist. They're traditional jobs, but they will be part of the green transition as well. The second column is the green enhanced skills. These are the jobs, their task structure will be revamped as a result of the green transition. Think of maybe, as a part of the renewable energy infrastructure, we will still be using the energy to, heat or cool down our homes, but the equipment that will be developed to be able to utilize the renewable energy will be different. So some of the task structure of such engineers of the HVAC or refrigeration purposes, or refrigeration mechanics, or the power plant operators, their structure of the job will change. So these are classified as the green enhanced skills. And of course, the lastly, as I discussed in the very beginning, some of them will be the green new emerging jobs, which will be if a new technology comes up, renewable energy, power, or solar powers, or wind powers, and there, those jobs that are generated as a result of new technologies will be the green new emerging ones. On the left-hand side, this is based on the stakeholder consultation that Dole did with different associations as well as the workers in the economy. And you will notice a lot of jobs that are listed as the green jobs by Dole BLE does include some of the ones which are also called as the green increased demand, green enhanced skills, as well as the green new emerging as well. This is, as I was mentioning earlier, most of the jobs that will have the green component will be coming from the traditional sectors in Philippines. This is also based on a survey done by Dole of the LinkedIn postings of different jobs in different sectors. And what we are noticing is that the mention of the word sustainability, green skills, green jobs is increasing even in the traditional sectors jobs as well. When we analyzed nearly 5,000 jobs in 5,000 job postings from the LinkedIn. And then we noticed that in agriculture, as well as the renewable energy contributes nearly half of the jobs that are using the word sustainability in their postings, or green skills, or green transitions in the postings as well. So among the key economic growth sectors, a lot of jobs which will have a sustainability component or a green component will be coming from some of the traditional sectors like agriculture, tourism. This will become ecotourism. Agriculture will become sustainable agriculture. Similarly, manufacturing and construction as well. Last part of the presentation is focusing on how we can increase these jobs, the digital jobs in the economy. So there's a demand component to it as well as the supply side. So the demand side, we need to increase the ICT infrastructure adoption across different regions in Philippines. We need to improve the provision of the broadband services as well as other digital technologies to all areas of Philippines. That will lead to demand for more and more digital skills. But on the supply side, we need to incorporate more and more digital competencies in the TVET course curriculum, as well as the higher education curriculum as well, so that we can provide those skilled workers to speed up the digitalization of the economy as well. Similarly, for the green transition, we also have to, and there's also a lot of synergies between the both, the digitalization as well as the green transition. The more the digitalized the economy is, there's a higher chance that we can improve the green transitions that is happening in Philippines, so speed up the green transition that is happening in Philippines, because then we might not need a lot of transportation services to move from one place to another. We can use digital technologies to deliver our work from home through online platforms, and also uh, it will also leads to generation of more and more data that could be utilized to reduce the carbon emissions in the economy when we analyze the different kind of data uh, from different industries. Similarly, we also should integrate the curriculum. We also need to reform the curriculums in with the green technologies that are being provided by the private sector. So private sector can take a role in reforming the curriculums of different training programs as well as the higher education programs by guiding the reforms that are happening, guiding the reforms that are happening in the economy in the space of the green transition. It will require the whole of society approach where everyone has to come together. The private sector can lead in reforming the curriculums in the digital space as well as the green transition. They can support the TESTA as well as the CHED in providing enterprise-based training position as well for the workers that are being trained through different platforms in the digital space as well as the green or the climate-oriented technologies as well. And civil society and the development partners can also provide support through bringing the knowledge from other areas or other regions to Philippines and share the best practices in the economy as well. I would stop here and then we can have more discussion in the panel as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that insightful presentation. You take your seat on stage as we invite our panel discussants and moderator to join in. They are Miss Nelly Rivera, Miss Mishi Cole, Mr. Joe A. Lozano, and Dr. Richard Abindan.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. This is our last panel for today, so we're gonna make it the most energetic panel. We have about 20 minutes, so we don't really have much time to cover what we wanna discuss in terms of our workforce development goals here. So maybe as an intro or a context. In today, we've heard the first panel talk about the why we want to look at sort of this job skills mismatch, right? Secretary Legresma talked about the slow adoption of work between learning and work. The second panel talked about the what, right? What are the jobs that have to be considered? What are the examples of that you've seen in semiconductors, mining, with the Coca-Cola example? I think for this panel, we want to talk about the how, right? And this is the difficult part. We know about the whole issues about AI disruptions. We've heard so much information about the skills and the jobs of the future. How do we get to that skills that we need to know and track? And how do we actually build and supply the workforce to meet these opportunities? As a project, the Upskill project that I represent, we're in higher education. And so we have a lot of HEI guests here as a part of our group. And we really are keen to really bridge this job skills mismatch. So maybe to start this discussion, I'd like to, I guess, ask Mishi, or yeah, maybe to start, tell us a bit about, GDP and your work around bridging the digital divide, but in particular, sort of this job skills gap and how you're looking at upskilling in terms of the digital space.
Thank you, Richard. GDP is Go Digital Pilipinas. We're actually convened by of course, most of us here know of PSAC or Private Sector Advisory Council. I'm part of the digital infrastructure sector, and we aim to support the government's digitalization agenda. So that's basically what we do. PSAC is an advisory council that provides guidance to the Philippine President Bongbong Marcos.
What are your current efforts in terms of, I know you're tackling the whole digital divide. What are the workforce sort of gaps that you're seeing? And are there ways you're trying to address that from the GDP perspective?
One of the gaps that I really saw was like there's a major gap between like in the Philippines, our digital skills, compare in the ASEAN country, we fall behind. When you see it, at least we're, I think, 12 in 12 in ASEAN. However, when you check the data of our social media skill, we're, I think, first or second. So there's a gap there, no? So when I saw that there was really like a huge gap, and a digital divide between the skills and how we consume content in social media, we believe that this gap has to be addressed.
Just to plug for Arangkada, so one of the advocacies is around the passage of the Konektadong Pinoy, or the Open Access to Data uh, Transmission Act. I guess there's this discussion always about the infrastructure gap or the challenge. But I also heard, like, from USEC FITA talk about the high cost of training in terms of digitalization, or the skills around that, or the lack of training opportunities, or the lack of time. What do you think is the number one, besides the infrastructure, in terms of the connectivity, in terms of the human workforce? What's the one main challenge?
Of course, our agenda until like 2028 is towards that 1 million digital jobs by 2028. And of course, we try to, one of the best practices of PISAC is to really have this open discussion and consultation between the private sectors, because we're a consortium of industry leaders and organizations, and as well as to support the government, the government's agenda towards the blueprint, the nation's blueprint in digitalization. And one of the things that we saw there is also the fact that the jobs and skills mismatch is really a problem. We work with PISAC jobs like the likes of Ma'am Tessie C. Costan. She's been very supportive. And three of the main factors contributing to the problem is the growing population, of course, in the Philippines. And we're an archipelagic country. So there's a geographic and economic divide, and also the mismatch between the jobs and the available skills. So and without the internet connectivity, it's a good thing that Arangkada has this advocacy called the Konektadong Pinoy Bill. It's an open data source. Of course, we will not be able to achieve those.
Okay, thanks. Joey, maybe tell us a bit about Emerson's initiatives in digital and renewable energy spaces. Maybe also, we were talking on the side a while ago, what are the workforce sort of hurdles that you're seeing towards the growth of your sector?
So Emerson is a industrial technology company. So we have a global footprint, and we operate across all continents. So one of the key digital trends that we see are really on the energy transition side, the use of industrial software and sustainability technology. So how do you, with the advent of renewable energy, how do you create ways to manufacture polysilicon faster, cheaper, and more efficient? Like it's the number one, I think, customer base that we have right now because of the solar renewable energy of solar. So with that said, those three aspects alone, in terms of skill availability, the challenge of, let's say, having an engineer learn about how do you make manufacturing of polysilicon more efficient. They need to learn a new set of insights for silicon, right? So that would be the main concern we have. And one of the things that we do here in Emerson is partnering with universities as early as lower school. So we find science schools that and not sad thing, but if you go to schools right now, the learning, if it's a public school, the learning methodology that they have is really ancient, and the tools that they use when you go there is, so what we provide is provide them with what is being used in the industries today. So from lower school to high school and even college. I went to one college in Mandaluyong. They still use a 1960 control system to talk about or teach the engineers there on how a control system works. So we provided them with what the industry uses right now, which is a very digitally connected control system. So that's I think the main challenge is how do you find, especially with the number, like for our subsector alone, IT BPAP kind of identify about 100,000 jobs that we need to fill in by 2028. And maybe 25,000 of that would be technical in nature. So one of the things that I kind of advocate as well is how do we help institutions like schools, industry partners, and even AmCham identify the base skills that those future, because we haven't identified yet what those jobs would be in 2028. So you need to have a base skill framework to be able to at least finish about 60% of what you need to train when those jobs come in.
That's a great point. I wanted to ask, how do you think we could do that? Who would do it? Who would do that baselining? I assume industry has to drive this.
Yes.
But is it industry as a group? You'd sit down and map this out? Is it with, how would you, what help would you need, given we have many
So
partner agencies here?
it needs to be a collaborative effort. So no one, it's not a job of one entity alone. So like a great example is how we collaborated with GICC, I think DTI as well, to contribute to the Philippine Skills Framework. So we contributed, I think, to two subsectors there for what skills are needed for certain jobs that will come up. So it's a collaborative effort on determining what base skills are needed.
Okay, and as a plug, USAID and many other partners here are working on the PSF work, and maybe it's a good transition to segue to sort of one of the early champions of PSF, DDG Nelly. DDG, again, you've heard about the discussions on just transition, renewable energy, the jobs of the future. What's sort of the latest TESDA initiatives around sort of helping in the capacity building or training in these sort of emergent sectors?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. Okay, emerging skills are actually what we would like also to increase in terms of, number of training regulations and competency skills that we're doing in TESDA. And one of the strategies, I think it's one of the most important strategies that we're adopting right now is actually involving the industries through the creation of the Industry TVET Board. Okay. One good thing I'd like to mention, because I'm just 4 months old in TESDA. I come from DTI, especially with SecFred. And I think the network that we were able to build with the different industry associations is actually very much utilized when I transferred to TESDA. Okay, just to set an example, just this week, we were able to meet 15 different industry associations from logistics and supply chain. And if we are able to bring them into the picture, the objective that we wanted to happen in TESDA in involving the Industry TVET Board will, I think, be realized. We wanted them to help us in terms of development of competency assessment tools, training regulations. We're looking for assessors. We're looking for, resource persons, trainers, and even assessment centers. And if we have this, industry associations, Industry TVET Board that we can tap, then I think it will make, our life a lot easier, because we can make use of whatever, even technology. Bilal was mentioning about the different priority sectors, which I think are also the same growth sectors that we have identified in the government. And we're also pushing in terms of Industry TVET Board that we're developing right now. So just to mention, we have already Industry TVET Board for
construction, for IT BPM, for semicon, data analytics, and even tourism. And we're working on logistics and supply chain, even the creative industry, particularly for game development and animation, and others. And I'd like to also mention that priority in the development of the industry TVET board right now are those with existing Philippine Skills Framework, because I think it will, the presence, the existence of the skills framework for a particular sector will actually make half the battle won.
DDG, I think given we have the joint chambers here as an audience, where do you think industry can step up more? You said the boards already, right? Do we need more participation? Is it about getting them to be more active, or you actually need more boards to form, and we just need to sort of recruit more industry players? Where is the gap that we can sort of ask the chambers here to help?
Okay, we really need more active participation. Right now, if I remember the figures that we have at TESTA, we need thousands of assessors for the different sectors. We need a lot of assessment center. And I think the private sector will really play a great role in that. The resource persons or the experts from the industry are, very much contributory to the contents, while we are also partnering with learning institutions and academic institutions, because we know the competency of those coming from the academic institutions or learning institutions will also be needed as far as development of the TRs and all that. But in terms of the content, in terms of, the information that will be included in these TRs, in these competencies and all that will actually be coming from the experts themselves, which are those coming from the industries.
And is this voluntary, or does TESDA compensate? Just so people have an idea, like, what are the incentives here?
Yeah, well, we're actually compensating those who will participate. But in the past, discussion and meeting that we had with the different industry players, it's more of, para sa bayan, because the fee is not that high.
Okay, thanks, DDG. So I guess, Bilal, you talked about the green jobs or the transition, right? The just transition. And I think you mentioned about the need to readjust, or I think the term was restructure. You were looking at the sort of the upcoming jobs. I guess, how do other countries do this? How do you actually say, okay, there's this thing we have to restructure. How do you start mapping what you have to do, and how do you actually fill the supply?
Thank you very much. So just one point I would like to add for the associations to consider before I answer this question. I think another way where many of the private sector firms can step up is the enterprise-based training program in Philippines. So I think if they can volunteer themselves to provide the partnership with TESTA to provide enterprise-based training, that will be very, very helpful, because one of the consistent issue that is being raised by the industry is that there's a gap between the supply of skills and the demand for skills. If they themselves are in charge of training those workers, so I think this gap can very easily be covered. Now, coming back to your question, so usually we can maybe dedicate focus on some specific industries, and then, maybe the government can provide support to those industries through different kind of incentives, and then, and also prepare the workforce for that industry, and then make them an important part of the global value chains in that sector. Many different countries have benefited from such kind of policies, but some have also been failed and not been able to do well as well. Two examples I would like to quote is that Bangladesh is a very good example of being integrated into the global value chains for garments and textiles. They are not the cotton producer or any big producer of the textile major raw input, but they import a lot of stuff from the outside countries, and then they process it and then supply it to all the big global suppliers of the fashion or the garment products in the world. And this has helped to increase not only their exports significantly from like nearly $10–15 billion by early 2000 to more than $50 billion now, but also provide a lot of opportunities for women in that country. The female labor force participation in Bangladesh is highest in South Asia, much higher than India, higher than other economies in there as well. But on the other hand, some other economies try to focus on, like Malaysia tried to focus more on the automotive sector over the last decade or so, but they've not been that much successful in becoming the bigger exporter of that these ones. So some new industries are coming up, very importantly because of the green transition part all across the globe. EVs will be one of the biggest industries in the future. So this is an opportunity for Philippines as well as other economies in the region to maybe pick one specific component in the production process and then focus on that one and become an integral part of the global value chains in that area.
Thanks for that. And I think that's the hurdle we're seeing now as we're working with our partners here is the prioritization and actually, hyper focus, not just talking about one sector, but like what part of it. I think that was a great point there. And hopefully we can work with ADB on that. I'll take one question from Slido so we can capture some things here from the audience. This, I think, for DDG Nelly, or I guess everybody here. With the PSF, the Philippine Skills Framework, be an essential tool for building a future-ready workforce, how should it be effectively mapped out to address specific skills gap? I guess the process of how do you make a PSF or mapping competencies something very accurate. I think you touched on the industry need, right? But maybe in the last experience with the 10 or so PSFs, how do we actually make it more accurate or relevant?
Yes.
That's a question.
Actually, it takes around 6 months to develop one PSF. And the very ones that are involved in the development of the PSF are no less than the industry players. So mapping it out will actually be also guided by the PQF, because the PQF actually defines, the level, the competencies, or the competencies per level. And that's also associating or relating to the PSF different levels. Because right now in the past PSF that we have developed, that's something that we were not able to do. But in the coming PSFs, we hope that we will be able, to match the corresponding level of PQF and the PSF. And that's something that we're already doing right now.
Okay, I guess the others you can answer, no, Joy or Mishi. That same question, in the context of, again, if there's one way to bridge the job skills mismatch in your own space, what is that, right? In terms of getting it more relevant to industry or future needs. Joy, we were talking about the work that's Emerson doing in-house, in terms of in-house training.
So I think one of the first step is the framework. In any plan, it's the first step. But how are we able to integrate it with a much more sustainable and scalable solutions? Like, how do you integrate that information to our education system, to our workforce, so that when that framework is utilized across industries, we talk the same language, and you build, you multiply the ability to create certain jobs. Because like I was saying to our human resource department, it's not hierarchical anymore. It's not vertical or lateral. It's how do you fill in the diagonal in, the scatter boxes for the new boxes. So I think it's how do you integrate those frameworks, because a lot of time and effort is going into those exercises. And I think for us to do justice for that work is we need to find a way to make it actionable and put it into a much more scalable solution.
Okay, Mishi, I guess the final comment about how do you make it easy or scalable or actionable from your perspective, digital skills.
There is actually an emerging landscape for digital credentials. So what we do is understanding the data and then be able to match it with the requirement. For instance, if we aim to have 1 million digital jobs by 2028, we start first with deep diving with the data that we have and be able to understand the categories, which among jobs, among digital, is it social media, is it the skills, is it content? And with that, we can provide solution. And I think to end this up and to sum it up, we really need a whole of nation approach. It's a holistic approach. So we cannot do it like private sector alone or public sector alone. So it's really a whole of nation approach.
Okay, thank you. We're out of time unless anybody from the panel wants to give a other comment. I think we're good. Okay. Thank you very much. Please give our panel here a warm round of applause.
Thank you for that very insightful discussion. We would now like to acknowledge our esteemed discussants and moderator for their valuable contributions. I would like to invite Attorney Mimi Lopez to come on stage and present the plaques of appreciation to our panel participants. Again, we extend our gratitude to Attorney Mimi Lopez, to our discussants, and the moderator for sharing their insights and expertise with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to one of the highlights of the Arangkada Forum, the Arangkada Lifetime Achievement Award. This award honors individuals who have made remarkable contributions to the economic development and progress of the Philippines. It recognizes a commitment to excellence, innovation, and advocacy, celebrating those whose efforts have created lasting, transformative impacts on their industries and communities. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Julian Payne, President of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, to the stage as he introduces this year's distinguished awardee.
Good afternoon. We finished the intellectual content of this event, and we've finished the gourmet content of this event at lunch, and we now have this high point. We now move to the presentation of JFC Arangkada's Lifetime Achievement Award. The award was launched in 2013, and it was awarded, and I'll read you actually the criteria, to recognize individuals, quote, who have by writing, word, or deed in the public, private, and or nonprofit sectors over a period of at least 25 years contributed to significant and enduring improvements in the conditions and environment for business in the Philippines. I have been asked this morning 2 questions, and I have to go off script to answer these because they're not in my script. One was, who is eligible? And the second was, how does JFC decide who is to be the nominee? Eligibility. Any nationality is eligible, providing they've lived most of their career, had most of their career in the Philippines, and are currently a resident in the Philippines. There is an exclusion. Excluded are currently serving government officials at any level in either departments or corporations and so on. I suspect that is to avoid any misinterpretation why it's awarded, and perhaps because they still have great potential for greater contributions that may need to be taken into account. The second question is, how does JFC decide, given we have a number of different chambers with different perspectives? It's quite simple. The JFC, the members appoint one member to be the COMELEC to manage the process. By tradition, this is the Canadian Chamber, perhaps because we're the smallest chamber. The COMELEC then invites each chamber to submit a nomination or nominations. These are submitted separately to the COMELEC. As COMELEC, the list is combined, it's checked for eligibility, And then the combined list is sent back to all of the JFC members without saying who nominated it. And the chambers are then invited to submit to the COMELEC their preferences. The COMELEC then combines the preferences and submits it back to the JFC, which collectively then discusses the combined preferences and any other considerations they wish to take into account. CanChamber's COMELEC is accused from having any influence on the substance of the decision, which is perhaps a good thing since I've known the current nominee for 30 years when I first met him at ADB. The award has been given over the past years to a number of very distinguished individuals, and I'd like to read them out to you because it's basically a very, very interesting historic record of those who have played major roles in promoting the private sector in the Philippines. The first awardee was the late President Fidel Ramos. The second, and I think she's here tonight, was former PEZA Director General Leila de Lima. Stand up, Leila, stand up so we can see you. The third was the late business leader, Washington Sisip, whom we all know. The fourth was the late Foreign Secretary Roberto Romalo. The fifth was the former BSP Governor, Say Tatanko. The fifth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, was the late Senator Ed Ngara. Then there was the former Foreign Secretary Delilia Albert. Then there was the honorary chairman of ANSCHAM, Peter Wallace, who, is he here today? Is Peter Wallace here today? No. And then there was Joey Concepcion, who is here today, I believe. Where is he? Is he still here? Okay. Then there was former Senate President Franklin Drilon. And then last year, there was the founder of Pamuri, Mr. Shamin Qureshi. And today, we add another very distinguished person to this remarkable group, Dr. Alfredo E. Pascual, former Secretary of Trade and Industry. Stand up. This award is given for a Lifetime Achievement Award, not just because he was former Secretary of DTI, but we have to put on record that as the Secretary of DTI, he played a visionary leadership role. He helped attract an impressive 2.7 trillion pesos in foreign direct investment to this country. He was instrumental in promoting the development of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises by upskilling over 40,000 employees and implementing various mobilization programs. He supported crucial legislation, such as the Tatak Pinoy Act and the Internet Transaction Act, to improve the country's competitiveness and more favorable environment for business. Prior to his tenure as DTI, he was president of the Management Association of the Philippines, very well known to all of you for representing the voice of senior management in business. Prior to that, he was president of the Institute of Corporate Directors, an advocacy for good governance, not in the public sector, but in the private sector. And prior to that, he was in the international staff member in the Asian Development Bank, where he worked in the private sector operations department, including in his last positions as a director for infrastructure finance and capital markets finance. That is where my script ends in terms of his career. But I did a bit of digging. Prior to that very distinguished career, where did he get his grounding? Well, he started actually as a teacher, a professor. And basically, he actually taught chemistry at the University of the Philippine College of Science. He also taught at Ateneo de Manila University in the departments of management engineering. And he later was a professor at the Asian Institute of Management. That was his grounding in academia, not just being what I'm going to talk about in a moment. And he was also in private business at the front lines in various companies such as Procter & Gamble and so on. I think where many of you have seen some of his greatest achievements was when he was elected as president of the University of the Philippines system here in the Philippines. Here I can go back on script. While as president, let me get where I am. He instituted numerous reforms. He made sure that the curriculum and the systems were up to international standards. So it became recognized as a truly internationally standard university. He instituted a building program with more than 300 infrastructure projects in the University of Philippines in terms of buildings and facilities. And he made sure that the teaching curriculums was up to international standards so that the Philippines became recognized internationally as one of the great universities in the world. I think it was in the Time magazine or Times, New York Times. In other words, when we look back over the lifetime career of Fred, that's what we all call him, Fred Pascual, we see outstanding contributions in the public sector. We see outstanding contributions in the private advocacy, such as the corporate governance. We see contributions in the educational management sector. We see contributions in the international financial development institution sector, such as ADB. We see work in the private sector at the front lines of companies in the Philippines. And we see an initial role in teaching our youth. In all ways, Fred has met the criteria of the ADB, the JFC Arangkada Lifetime Achievement Award. So I would like to invite the presidents of JFC to all come up on the stage, and we together will present to him his award. Please come up.
No.
The 12th Arangkada Lifetime Achievement Awardee is Alfredo Pascual, former DTI Secretary.
Mike. Thank you very much, Julian, for that generous introduction. I've just seen my life pass through my mind again. Good afternoon, everyone. It is with profound gratitude and humility that I stand before you today, honored as the recipient of the 12th Arangkada Philippines Lifetime Achievement Award. I sincerely thank the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines for this recognition. It is an honor that reflects not just my personal efforts, but the collective work of many who share the vision of a prosperous, resilient, and inclusive Philippines. While this Lifetime Achievement Award suggests that this covers my whole lifetime already, but I assure you it will not bring a close to my public service journey, which now runs for almost 5 decades. Indeed, you can still count on me, on my ongoing commitment to making a difference in serving our country, now more as a private citizen. Throughout my journey, from finance professor in my early years at the Asian Institute of Management, 20 years at the Asian Development Bank, fostering private sector development and public-private partnerships, leading the University of the Philippines as its president, and most recently as the Secretary of Trade and Industry. One remains consistent or constant in my mind and in my heart: the belief that the true engine of our nation's economic growth is its people. The Filipino workforce is our greatest asset. Young, dynamic, resilient, and brimming with potential, recognized by global companies already operating here in our country. But if we want to unlock our people's potential fully, we must confront and bridge the gaps in our system. Investing in the Filipino workforce is not just an option. It is a national imperative. I'm encouraged as our government under the current administration shares this vision. And during my time at DTI, I also made upskilling and reskilling and upskilling of our workforce a priority agenda. I commend JFC for championing the same cause as reflected in the theme of today's forum: upscale, upskill, and uplift. At the core of this effort is education. For our country to progress, education must be a priority. As the once developing countries like ours have proved. I welcome the enactment of the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning, or ARAL Act. This initiative addresses the learning gaps that emerged especially during the pandemic, ensuring students receive the necessary support in literacy and numeracy. The signing of the ARAL Act is a very good first step. Still, the findings of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, or EDCOM-2, underscore the significant challenges in our education system.
overburdened teachers, overcrowded classrooms, and the lack of resources. Tackling these issues requires a coordinated approach from government, educational institutions, and the private sector. I'm just echoing what we have heard just in the last panel. The goal is simple. No one student should be left behind. For providing our youth with essential skills is a critical task for our future. We need to enhance teacher training, update curricula to meet current needs, and ensure schools have the resources to prepare students for the future. A key challenge is raising the selectivity and standards for teachers, aiming to attract top graduates, especially at the elementary and secondary levels. Sadly, those who go into education teaching in our country are those who are not able to go to the other courses like accounting, the sciences, and other more what is expected to be more remunerative occupations. Countries like Singapore, South Korea, and Japan have demonstrated that attracting top graduates into the teaching profession leads to stronger educational outcomes. These countries have made teaching prestigious and competitive as a profession, which encourages the best and the brightest students to pursue careers in education. We can do this. We will really surpass everybody else in our region. However, human capital development, spanning education, training, health, and skills building, demands long-term commitment, long-term investment before its full benefits emerge. While the Philippines has made some efforts in this arena, we fall short compared to the ambitious programs of our ASEAN neighbors. One critical gap is our limited commitment to sending top college graduates abroad for advanced studies at the master's and doctoral levels, while other countries are doing so in massive numbers, starting decades ago, to accelerate their progress. From primary education to higher education and professional training, it takes years, if not decades, to fully train a highly skilled workforce. For example, sending students abroad for master's and doctoral studies can take 5 to 10 years before they return and contribute significantly to national development. Upskilling a workforce through vocational and technical training programs or reforming education systems can take time to implement and produce results. Countries like South Korea and Singapore have seen the benefits of such policies only after decades of continuous investment. Investments in public health, nutrition, and social services improve workforce productivity, but these effects manifest gradually as the population becomes healthier because they're better nourished and more capable over time. The need for long-term vision in human capital development is very important. Successful neighboring countries with strong human capital adopted long-term visionary strategies that transcend political cycles. Decades of investment in education and skills programs like Skills Future have made Singapore a global economic leader. In Vietnam, human capital strategies, including government scholarships for STEM studies abroad, have modernized the economy and fostered high-tech workforce for Vietnamese. The Indonesia Endowment Fund for Education, or LPDP, with a massive $8 billion I repeat, $8 billion of fund supports master's and doctoral scholarships for young Indonesians domestically and abroad. What are my recommendations for our country? We can balance short-term demands with long-term human capital investments by institutionalizing programs through legislation to secure initiatives like education reforms beyond political changes. Collaborating with businesses and educational institutions to share investment in workforce development and setting measurable milestones to track progress and demonstrate success within shorter political terms. Because that's the obstacle, you know. Elected officials have to show results within very short periods of time. The Philippines, like many other countries, needs to adopt a long-term strategy for human capital development, recognizing that continuous investment in education is critical. The government needs to address not only access to education, but also quality education and the upskilling of workers, even if there won't yield immediate visible outcomes. Sustained commitment is needed. There needs to be a political and public consensus that certain long-term projects like education reform, scholarship programs, and health initiatives are vital to the nation's future regardless of electoral cycles. The commitment must be sustained. Strong leadership from both public and private sectors ensure that long-term investments in human capital become a national priority, even if the results will only be evident in future generations. In conclusion, I'd like to reiterate that investing in human capital is a long-term imperative for building a prosperous, inclusive, and competitive economy. Prosperous nations have prioritized human capital development, and they have shown that the returns are substantial, though they take time to manifest. Countries that can balance short-term gains with long-term human development or human capital development strategies are better positioned to thrive in our evolving global economy. As I accept this award, I do so with a renewed commitment to continue the work of building a brighter future for our nation. The theme of today's forum, Level Up, Upskill, Upscale, Uplift, is a call to action for all of us. This is not a task for one sector alone. Again, you have to keep repeating this. It requires the cooperation of government, industry, academia, and the civil society. We need a strong, unified nation to do this. Together, we must invest in the potential of the Filipino workforce to enable us to build industries that are globally competitive, innovative, and sustainable. And most important, each one of us must ensure that every Filipino benefits from the progress we achieve. Thank you for this great honor. Let us continue the move towards a bright future for the Philippines, toward shared prosperity and lasting progress. Maraming salamat po. Arangkada Philippines.
Another round of applause for the former DPI Secretary Alfredo Pascual, the 12th Arangkada Philippines Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you, sir. Your continued commitment to driving positive change in the Philippines. Your contributions are truly commendable. Earlier today, Mr. Paulo Duarte welcomed us to this event. We now invite him back to the stage to introduce our closing keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Paulo Duarte.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's take a moment to thank again our former DTI Secretary, Fred Pascual, for his inspiring speech. His 44 years of dedicated service is truly remarkable and deserving our deepest admiration and recognition. It has been equally inspiring to hear from our distinguished speakers and panelists today, and I'm thankful for all the valuable insights shared with us. One thing is abundantly clear: leveling up our economy is not a task for just one individual or one chamber. It's a journey we must embark on together, from government leaders to business leaders, foreign and local chambers, and to citizens. Everyone has a vital role to play in shaping a better and brighter Philippines. And this is the pillar of the joint foreign chambers. We firmly believe that our combined efforts can generate a ripple effect, leading to the positive changes we all inspire in this beloved country. Through the Arangkada Forum and similar initiatives, we have the invaluable opportunity to engage in dialogue and learn from another, fostering collaboration that can drive meaningful progress for the Philippines. This is why no one is more fitting to conclude our discussions. Our next speaker embodies the spirit of collaboration and innovation that we have been celebrating throughout this forum. His professional journey as foreign service officer has equipped him with a deep understanding of complex national and global issues. He has held several significant positions throughout his career, serving as the Danish ambassador to Afghanistan, Japan, the UAE, and Qatar, proving his exceptional diplomatic skills and commitment to fostering international relations. His work on renewable and clean energies, including its geostrategic implications, is also a testament to his forward-thinking approach and commitment to a sustainable, inclusive future. By advocating for innovative energy solutions as a representative of the International Renewable Energy Agency, he has highlighted the importance of transitioning to sustainable practices in order to address not only environmental concerns, but also economic and security challenges. And today, we are excited to hear again about his work on growing the renewable energy workforce here in the Philippines. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Ambassador Franz Michael Dan Melvin, the ambassadors of the Kingdom of Denmark to the Philippines and Palau. The stage is yours, Ambassador.
Well, what an honor and joy and pleasure to be here today. And I have to commemorate the fact that the title of today's conference, to upskill, uplift, level up the Philippines, is the right thing. There's no doubt that this country, as was said before, highlighted both by the ILO and the ADB in previous speeches, is tremendous. But it's also true to say that only by making sure that the Filipino workforce and young Filipinos grow up to match the demand that is out there, will the Philippines actually succeed in the growth, the prosperity, the bright future that all Filipinos deserve. I'd like to just mention one thing that was highlighted by Pascual, who of course has a tremendous insight into the Philippines, what it is, where it is going. And that was the highlight he gave to basic education. I know this is a forum where many of you are sort of one step beyond that, into another group of people, but really it starts with basic education. And this country has crisis in basic education. And it's not, unfortunately, only about the teachers or the quality of the curriculum. There is a big issue with stunting. Stunting damages children's ability to become strong learners. It will stymize their ability to become prosperous members of society as it moves on, and as educational skills will be more and more in demand in the future. And I think that that is really something that the government, but indeed all Filipinos, should be very worried and concerned about, to have this tackled. And I know there are indeed people, both in government, but also private sector and companies, who are looking into this specific problem. Now, some of the issues that have been discussed today are structural in nature and can only be solved by structural approaches. So when we had the discussion before about the call for action, I think it's very relevant to look at, okay, what can we here in the room do? Because as my good friend Lars said to me as I entered the room, this is a collection of nerds, which is a code word for saying you actually know what you're talking about. Let's talk about scalability of educational efforts. Our good friends from TESTA testified previously that they are working hard to make sure that curricula are relevant for industry. And they are reaching out to industry to help them define what are the skill sets needed, what kind of certificates, what kind of diplomas, etc., can be constructed on the basis of curricula that will be recognizable, acceptable, and employable for the industry. And I'd like to stress this is really, really important. Help TESTA, help yourselves out there. Do participate in that work that will allow the government, who has the ability to mobilize people, help the government provide the right kind of solutions, the ones that you need. Now, Denmark has taken an initiative, it's called Jobs for RE, Jobs for Renewable Energy, and it is exactly about making education for people directed towards the renewable energy sector scalable. And the key to that is that we have succeeded in getting the wind energy sector to define the kind of work that their industry is generating and what kind of certificates that they would like to see, and develop open source curricula that will allow people to take the certificates that will make them employable by the wind industry. The advantage of doing that is that suddenly you make educational scalable. So the wind industry is doing this for a reason. because they can sit down and calculate that they will run out of people to put up windmills on a global scale unless there is a rapid transition and acceleration of skills towards the wind sector. And the same you could say about other sectors also. Several of them have been mentioned here. Digital sectors, the other green jobs that are being created out there, the care sector. Make education scalable. It is the structural way of solving those problems, and everybody can work together for that. Another thing I'd like to highlight is the question of potential turning into actually actions that make things happen. The Philippines has tremendous opportunity, as was highlighted by ILO also, but also some of the private companies here, because there is a huge demand for certain kinds of skills in the world, not least digital skills, green skills, healthcare skills. And the Philippines can provide people for that. And I do think that it is important for this country to answer to that demand, because if you do not do it, others will. This is not a static situation. This is not everlasting. Either the Philippines grows into this demand curve or others will. And it is up to you, to us, to be the ones who actually make sure that the Philippines moves in that direction. And it can be done. I think that one of the strengths of the Philippines is that this country has a very clear idea about what it is able to do and how it can move in that direction. You have a tradition for looking into the global labor market and trying to meet that demand through your overseas workforce. This is a real strength of the Philippines. What you need to do is, of course, to pivot some of that strength towards your domestic labor market. Make sure that you capture a growing share of the global economic opportunities that are there and match the job growth which is in the Philippines. And as ILO highlighted before, make sure you can move more people into the formal sector. It can be done. The Philippines can. So all of you who are sitting here, you are champions. Talking about the nation moving together is one thing, but somebody has to do it. And the ones who can do it are you who are here in this room today, together with your colleagues, working in government, working in the private sector, just being citizens. You can do it. What I would like to wish for the Philippines is really that the whole of nation gets mobilized so that we also address parents to underline how important education is. It is a tragedy to me that the Philippines used to be the leading country in Southeast Asia when it came to education, and you are not anymore. And that must be the rally for all Filipinos to stand together. This is about your children. It's about your nation's future. You can do it because you have been doing it before. Let's move together, make it happen again. You are the champions. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Franz Michael Melvin.
Thank you very much for that inspiring message. At this time, we would like to present His Excellency with a token of our appreciation. May I invite representatives of the Joint Foreign Chambers to hand over the plaque of appreciation.
Once again, another round of applause for His Excellency Franz Michael Melvin and the representatives of the Joint Foreign Chambers. Thank you, gentlemen. Before we close the program, we would like to share a video message from Congressman Marquez Markville. The congressman had initially confirmed the participation, but was requested by the president himself to represent the Philippines at the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly in Laos. So, your attention on screen, please.
It's both a privilege and a responsibility to speak before you today, where we are called to discuss how to level up our nation's workforce and industries. As chairperson of the House Committee on Higher and Technical Education and co-chairperson of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, or EDCOM2, I've seen our significant challenges. However, I've also witnessed the opportunities we can harness to ensure the Filipino workforce thrives in a rapidly evolving global environment. Today's theme, Upskill, Upscale, Uplift, resonates with the most pressing demands of our time. The global workforce is shifting due to technological advancements, changing economic landscapes, and evolving educational needs. For the Philippines, this shift requires deliberate, data-driven strategies to ensure that our workforce remains competitive locally and globally. The urgent need for upskilling the state of the Philippine workforce is a crucial concern. Despite increasing access to education, gaps in quality remain significant. We still face substantial deficiencies in foundational skills like literacy, numeracy, and critical thinking. These skills are paramount in today's digital and knowledge-based economy. It is crucial to align workforce skills with industry demands to enhance employability and ensure sustained economic growth. The role of legislation in upskilling in response to the urgent need for skills development, Congress has advanced several crucial legislative initiatives. House Bill 6473, which establishes the Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy, aims to equip Filipinos with essential entrepreneurial skills necessary for thriving in the agriculture, technology, and manufacturing sectors. Entrepreneurship is about fostering innovation and adaptability, skills increasingly critical as automation is projected to displace 85 million jobs globally by 2025. In the Philippines, micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, serve as the backbone of the economy, comprising 99.5% of all business establishments. They are responsible for providing 63% of employment in the workforce and contribute approximately 40% to the country's gross domestic product, or GDP. Enhancing entrepreneurial skills among the population is essential for fostering job creation and reducing the unemployment rate. The gig economy has emerged as a transformative force in the Filipino labor market, significantly reshaping how work is organized and performed. As of 2023, the Philippines used approximately 1.5 million registered freelancers, reflecting a growing trend toward short-term, flexible work arrangements. A recent report by GCAS highlights that freelance revenues surged by 208% in 2020, driven in part by the pandemic, which accelerated the digital transformation and pushed many workers into the sector. The appeal of the gig economy lies in its flexibility, allowing individuals, especially college students and parents, to manage their own schedules and commitments, thereby balancing work with personal responsibilities. Given these complexities, addressing youth unemployment currently at 14.88% in August of 2024 is critical, especially as many young Filipinos struggle to transition from school to work. The average time it takes for high school and college graduates to secure permanent employment is concerning, as extended unemployment can lead to skills erosion and diminished employability. To tackle these issues, House Bill 7400 aims to provide a structured framework for on-the-job training, allowing workers to gain practical skills in real-world settings. According to Tesla, participants in such training programs are 25% more likely to secure permanent positions in their fields. Currently, only 3 to 4% of graduates engage in EBE programs, despite technical and vocational education and training graduates enjoying employment rates as high as 92%. The next pillar of this forum, Upscale, requires us to focus on our industries. The economic sectors that drive the Philippines forward, agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, and emerging industries must adapt to new technologies and global market shifts. According to the Department of Trade and Industry, many industries operate with low productivity levels, primarily due to a lack of skilled workers and insufficient access to advanced technologies. Moreover, the education system is not fully aligned with industry needs, evidenced by the fact that only 50% of Tesla programs link directly to national certificates, often due to lengthy delays, sometimes up to 2 years in developing training regulations. Moreover, House Bill 7370, which establishes a tripartite council to address job skills mismatch, is another crucial measure. This council will work to ensure that educational institutions produce graduates with skills that are relevant to industry needs, positioning the workforce to meet future demands. The World Economic Forum estimates that over 1 billion people will need to be reskilled by 2030, underscoring the urgent need for reforms like those proposed in House Bill 7370. Furthermore, the pandemic accelerated workforce technology, reshaping the skills needed for many roles. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development estimates that more than 1 billion jobs globally, almost a third of all jobs, will be transformed by technology in the coming decade. Collaborating to uplift the Filipino workforce, the third pillar of today's forum, Uplift, speaks to our nation's heart. The goal of upskilling and upscaling is not just economic competitiveness. It is about improving the quality of life for all Filipinos. A skilled workforce translates into higher wages, better job security, and increased opportunities for professional growth. This is where House Bill 9015, which introduces the expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program, or ETEA, plays a critical role. This program enables professionals with at least 5 years of work experience to convert their knowledge into academic credits, significantly shortening their path to a degree. According to PSA's latest survey in August of 2024, over 5.48 million Filipinos are underemployed, setting in jobs that do not fully utilize their educational qualifications. ETEA can help remedy this underemployment by providing a pathway for individuals to upgrade their qualifications without leaving their jobs. The legislative measures I have outlined are not just policies. They are the foundation for a future where every Filipino has the skills and opportunities to succeed. However, the government cannot do this alone. We need the active collaboration of industry leaders, educators, and policymakers to ensure these initiatives are successful. By working together to upskill, upscale, and uplift, we can build a nation that not only competes but leads in the global economy. Maraming salamat po at isang magandang araw po sa ating lahat.
We thank the Congressman Art Bill and his team for the effort in making sure his message is still heard at this forum through the video message. As we conclude today's forum, the Arangkada Philippines team would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all of you for joining us despite the inclement weather. We would like to invite everyone to join us for a networking session at the foyer right after. We look forward to seeing you next year for the 2025 Arangkada Philippines Forum. Thank you once again and enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, let me try.
Which is mine. Ay, I'm so.